Sí, ¿no? Sí que se envía.
Inglés, 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 inglés. Inglés, 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 inglés. Hola, inglés, 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 inglés. No sé si hace falta que sigamos. Inglés, inglés, ¿no? Sí, esto es inglés, canal 2, 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 canal 2.
¿Seguimos? Canal 2, sí.
Canal 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Nueve, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
cuando hay que decirle otros
30.
Al azar, sí.
Ay,
Es
ay.
muy difícil.
¿Ya? ¿Sí? ¿Cierro? ¿Cierro el micro?
Yo sí, sí, sí.
¿Lo dejamos? Sí.
Vamos a ver, está graficando solo el 2, ¿verdad? Y ahora... inglés, 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 inglés. Inglés, 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 inglés.
Sí, uno, dos, sí.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. We are going to start this very welcome conference of the IFLA section of Libraries and Services in Parliament, and we're going to have the welcome speech by the President of the Senate, Mr. Pedro Royan, who's with us, and he's going to take the floor. President, you have the floor. Thank you. President of the section. President of the IFLA part section, Carlos Alminar, dear Director of Documentation and member of the Standing Committee, Josefa Fuentes, and of course, each one of you attendees to this conference, senators, authorities, and of course, communication media, be very welcome. It is for me a huge honor to welcome you all to your house here, the Senate of Spain. And I'm welcoming you all because we're hosting the annual conference of 2024 of the Libraries and Research Services of the IFLA Parliament. Thank you for having chosen this chamber as the CH for these annual conferences. We're so proud that for the first time, this conference, the most important conference, let me stress that, the most important conference with regards to Parliament libraries is held in Spain, and a double pride for us. It's held in Spain, but in Madrid, in the Senate of Spain. I want to thank you personally for the effort you have carried out. All the almost 100 participants of this delegation, of professionals that have made a huge effort to come to Spain to take part presentially, in presence, at this conference. And many of you coming from beautiful and faraway places, Americas, Africa, Asia. And of course, I want to thank all your colleagues that are following this conference remotely, online, and thank you for participating in these sessions. Let me say that there's nothing else more important in the Senate of Spain than you, so we are at your disposal for anything you may need, that we may assist you in the good development of these sessions. Because something which is really important is the good ambition of achieving the objectives that you have set yourselves and meeting the expectations established and set for these 2 days of work. Let me start my intervention by making a short reflection. We live in a world where we have a great deal of data surrounding us, data and information that is generated at a very high pace. And on many occasions, that information does not exist in enough time so that we can contrast neither the source nor the truthfulness of that information. So that determines the quality of the content, the quality of the information. Unfortunately, we are more and more surrounded and more exposed to the absence or the distortion of the truth, which is the so-called lies, rumors, fake news, not only at a very fast pace, but also because it comes to many media channels, social networks, cell phones, internet portals. And in the coming years, in the future, as this becomes more and more implemented with AI, this is going to be even worsen. And we will have difficulties even to make a difference from an information that we get. Is it true or is it not true as information? So before this situation, if you will allow me, I have to say that the work that you carry out is every day more worthy. And I'm fully convinced that you are very important, because true information is important. Reliable information is important. Having the original source is important, and for that source to be documented on the information given. So you have a task that goes way beyond a simple keeping of information. It's much more relevant what you do, because you have become the guardians of knowledge and the guardians of history. So that is the responsibility that you have over your shoulders. In the libraries and in the archives of the parliaments, I have to say and affirm that lies the knowledge of what has happened in the last decades and in the last centuries. You have the original documents and the sources of knowledge and the sources of knowing. The library is not just a building filled with books and documents, but it's a hub of knowledge, a hub of research, and a hub of communication. The task that you carry out facilitates and makes it possible for senators, MPs, access reliable and truthful and certain source of information. Therefore, they can analyze and have a better opinion. Thanks to your task, as I say, you can have a better opinion. I recommend you for that good habit that you have is not lost. That takes me to the next reflection. There's no parliament, there's no democracy without libraries in parliaments, without parliamentary libraries. So let me right now give value to the library that the Spanish Senate has, with documents that I'm sure that you're aware that is privileged, that make it one of the most important libraries in Spain and one of the most important ones in Europe. Not because of the number of its documentary funds, the 300,000 books and exemplaries, but of sublime importance in its collection. We've got 10 incunables. The oldest one is the Hispanic history, edited in 1470 in Rome. And among its collection, we have the library of infant Carlos Maria Isidro, which was an extraordinary contribution that determines the size, the scope, and the importance of this library collection we have at the Senate. The content is of paramount importance, but the continent is also, because being able to enjoy from neo-Gothical English architecture that we have in our library makes our library to be much more special, especially if we think about that it holds certain similarities with a major library, very well known worldwide, and because of TV series. So it's Hogwarts Library. It's not exactly the Hogwarts Library, but because ours is smaller, but it's much more real. Yes, you can laugh. But when students come to visit us, they are really impressed by the style of the library. So the continent is important. The content is important. 310,000 items, incunables, but even more important so, we have people working in the documents department, the section. First of all, allow me to set the responsibility of that human capital into Josefa Fuentes. She's sitting next to me. She has been the responsible, the leader of IFLA between 2021 and 2023. She had a hard time. She has had to face, in parallel, difficulties such as COVID-19, and despite the limitations and difficulties, and her determination and her commitment, she has had a fruitful mandate with a strategic plan, which is currently on its way. I want to thank her task as a director, but as a leader, with the energy she has put into everything she's done. That energy making it possible for that library collection and for the library to be very well preserved, exquisitely preserved, and always working to improve anything that is possible to be improved. I don't want to take much time from your agenda, but I would like to stress the fact that in the coming years, libraries and institutions will face new challenges. Many of them will be common challenges, common to everyone here, because of the problems that a library may have, the problems that we might have in a parliament. And these problems won't be so different to what happens in other countries, in other continents, in our neighbors and brothers and sisters. So that takes me to the reflection that the bigger the size, the bigger the cohesion, the bigger the unity of action, the most united working ambitious plan, better will we have the response individually, but also the collective response that we may bring to every challenge that we will have to face in the future. This takes me to say that conferences such as this one are necessary, convenient, but also very right in time, because your task as librarians, as I said before, your task is essential. Nobody doubts about it, because you are one of the main assets of the foundations that give services to the Parliament. Let me stress how important it is in the times where we tend to not focus on what's important, to think about the importance of the source, the reliability of the source, the truthfulness of the source, backing that conveyor belt of information, supporting that conveyor belt of information, so that we don't have truths and we don't have lies. We have information which is truthful. Because if we don't respect data, if we don't give value to truth, if we are not able to identify and to congratulate the sources of information, we will then be part of the problem. So you are the custodians of the information. So congratulations for your work. I want to acknowledge your work and give value to the work you do. On my side, that's it. Thank you so much. We're really, really honored for having you. We're at your disposal, and we're convinced that your work and that these sessions are absolutely necessary, convenient, and very right in time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your kind words. Let's recall this moment with a family picture, because we're going to go and stand in the central part of this room, so our photographer can take the picture of the family with the president, and then he has got a very tight agenda. He has to travel, so he will have to leave us. But thank you so much.
So we are ready. Dear Chair of the section, IFLA, dear colleagues, attendants to the conference, in person and live streaming. It is an especially emotional day for me to welcome you to the Spanish Senate, a place where I have spent my entire professional career as a member of the Archivist, Librarian, Civil Servant Corps of the Spanish Parliament. It is with great satisfaction that we have been chosen as the host chamber of the 2024 IFLA Annual Conference. This honor has been made possible thanks to the support and encouragement of our President of the Senate, Mr. Pedro Royan, to whom I wish to extend my deepest gratitude publicly. His commitment to fostering collaboration, optimizing resources, and promoting solidarity, particularly in the field of knowledge management and parliamentary studies, has been instrumental in making this event a reality. I would also like to express my thanks to our Secretary General, whose work has been vital in pushing forward our efforts into practice. From 2021 to 2023, I had the honor of serving as chair of IFLA, a role entrusted to me at a time when the world was facing one of the most critical challenges of recent history, as our President has underlined. During those difficult years, the need to collaborate, optimize, and stand in solidarity with each other became more urgent than ever. The professions of documentation and knowledge management played a significant role in disseminating crucial publications and data, contributing our share of effort to the global objective of combating the COVID-19 pandemic. This spirit of collaboration and shared knowledge will continue to make us more united, and we must carry forward this approach. Our work in supporting documentation and studies in parliaments plays an active role in the decision-making processes that are vital to the advancement of democracy worldwide. A partir de ahora,
Please now allow me to address you in Spanish. Because though we have chosen English as the common language for our communications, Spanish, according to report on Spanish in the World 2023 from Instituto Cervantes, says that Spanish is the second mother tongue in importance in the world, the second in higher number of speakers, but the fourth in total speakers at global level. So I want to use this occasion to send a warm salute to all our colleagues that are from Latin America that are following us through the streaming services. I would like to take a moment to thank the extraordinary team I have had the delight to coordinate during my mandate. Thank you for your efforts and the different tasks and hours spent given to these tasks. We have become more than colleagues, friends. We have reinvented how we work in the section. We have started using video conferences and all the communication tools available. Even we have adjusted our time zones to other time zones to be able to connect to each other. So I'm really, really glad to see that that team is still active today. Under the leadership of our current president, Mrs. Caroline Bernard, together with the officials, Julie Anderson and Dila Teodosi. So really, thank you to you all for your efforts, and thank you to the Standing Committee for continuing with the work that we started. I have to thank all the colleagues of the Senate, too, that have allowed us to have these 2 days organized. All the different collaborators, the Technology Department and Information and Communication Department, the Institutional Relations Department, the Directorate of International Relations, and also the Presidents and its team. As you've seen, the President has honored us with his presence, and everyone has done a major effort. All the departments have made an effort to make this conference compatible with other events that are being held today and tomorrow at this chamber. And I also want to thank the ushers, but also the librarians and archivists that have backed this conference with their active participation in some cases and with their presence and support in others. So thank you, everyone, especially to the members of the Documents Department, the Department of Archive, the Department of Library, Department of Documentation and Acquisitions and Projections Unit. The current members, but all the members that have worked in the past so that we can be together gathered here. Let us feel proud, protagonists of being part of this event in one way or another. So let's try with this conference to contribute for the future members of libraries and archives to continue with our task. IFLA, this conference, focuses on 2 keywords, innovation and impact in our services. I want to explain what are the innovation and impact actions that we have achieved in the Senate in Spain. For archives, the Senate has followed what was established by the law that made it obligatory to make everything electronically. In 2020, we approved our archive and documents policy, allowing us to take a special step forward towards electronic supports. That means that since its creation, files now are electronic, all electronic. This change ensures, apart from the use of new technologies, ensures the implementation and essential practices for any archiving policy, such as using metadata schemes to manage documents, the design of classification charts, the inclusion of standards and access permits, and the creation of conservation calendars. With regards to the Library of the Senate hosting a historical collection, we've made efforts to disseminate this collection digitally, with digitization actions started with our own personal means and the catalog services and librarian information have been essential in this activity to digitalize the collection. And as a whole, the members of the library and all the services in the Senate have been innovating when managing knowledge. And the benefit of the Chamber, of course. In 2015, the General Secretariat decided to use the search engine of the Senate website. Our colleagues were the protagonists of the interdisciplinary team that worked with the ITC department, and therefore obtaining better results. We have created a search engine organizing cross-sectionally major classifications and manages at the same time 20 collections of documents with around 2 million items.
Esta gestión del conocimiento.
This knowledge management has allowed us to classify the website content in every collection, both in terms of parliamentary initiatives or documentary resources, books, databases, and resources that have been published outside of here. This is a very useful classification for many other parliaments as well, and also public institutions. And this is why we share it freely, for free. It's available in XML format for citizens to use. And this is open data. which is accessible through the Spanish Senate's website. As I mentioned in the preface of guidelines for parliamentary libraries, which Noja Fernando helped us to publish, working collaboratively together with lawyers and documentalists in study services and research services allows us to help the parliamentary initiatives of our parliaments and also inform about all novelties in law that are published every month around the world, and that are political, sociological and legal database which is essential for our users. And this is the mutual support line that brings good results, the research services and library services. As I also mentioned, one of my main professional priorities when leading the documents direction in the Senate was collaboration. Membership of the Senate in IFLA is a good example of this. When I talk about collaboration, we work with the lawyers who carry out legal analysis and reports. And through collaboration, we not only optimize resources, but it also allows us to devote time and resources to personal training so that we can learn new techniques relating to our work. And some projects, collaborative projects in Spain include cooperation amongst parliaments, and this is a synergy methodology, and also it's a duty according to our legislation. Collaboration among knowledge management services in the Senate and also the regional parliaments in Spain was already requested by MPs in the 1990s. And regardless of whether regional parliaments have their own collaborative network of documentary services and libraries known as Red Parlamenta, here from the Senate we promote professional support and we give them knowledge management tools through our regional documentary service in the documentation department. We have also promoted cooperation between the two chambers of our parliament, the Senate and the Congress. And now we work together to bring new books and digital magazines, which allows us to have shared subscriptions at lower prices. And in the same way, we collaborate actively with the European Parliament, and we help MPs in the European Parliament and responsible leaders of other national parliaments our monthly newsletter with any new documentary resources that we have acquired during the month in our European Union service. So to summarize, collaboration does not only optimize resources, but it also allows us to devote time and money to dissemination. And to finish my speech, I would like to talk about dissemination precisely. As documentalists and lawyers, disseminating our work is an ethical duty. And better than words, I think the activity of archive, library, knowledge management services in the Spanish Senate is better explained with the images I'm going to show you now. If we could play the video, please.
The documentary services perform the treatment and description of the documentation produced and received by the Senate, as well as the current bibliographic information produced in academic, administrative and social political entities, providing specialized information about the large thematic areas that are addressed in the upper chamber. This responds to specific information needs of senators and users, who can obtain all kinds of documentary support. The documentary services are managed by archivists, librarians of the Cortes Generales, a body of civil service created in the mid-20th century in the Spanish Parliament. This complex documentary management machinery requires to organize documentary services in 5 specialized departments. The Archives is the closest department to parliamentary life. Its funds shelter the history of the institution. Its parliamentary and administrative life since 1034, date of the creation of the Estamento de Próceres, which is the antecedent of the Upper House. In the Archives department, you will find the documents related to the senators, their oral and written interventions, the files of the parliamentary initiatives, the documents of the organs of the Senate, the administrative and economic activity of the Chamber, their budgets, in a word, the life of the Senate. A parliamentary life that has also lived in the first person its library, whose reading room, built in 1082, is one of the architectural gems of the Senate. The library has a total of more than 307,000 volumes distributed in its historical holdings and its modern one. The historical collection reaches 125,000 volumes, which forms a valuable portion of the Spanish historical bibliographic heritage. The most unique works of this historical collection have been made available to citizens through the digitization and dissemination on the Senate website. The modern collection has more than 187,000 volumes and help users to work on the area of his specialty. In addition, in the reading room of the library, you can find the local, state, and foreign press, also available in digital format. The library offers the loan of its books to the users. The documentary departments provide everything related to legislation, jurisprudence, parliamentary work, high solvency reports on countries, surveys and statistics, current and press documents, government plans, and comparative law studies. They have an important fund of specialized and doctrinal journals made up of 130 foreign titles and 80 Spanish titles. Those units elaborate bibliographies and documentary dossiers, both at the state level and in other countries and international organization scales. The Autonomic Documentation Department could not be absent in a chamber that the Spanish Constitution defines as the Territorial Representation Chamber. The databases that are managed here allow to know with a single click what topics are being discussed and legislated in all regional parliaments, or how a specific subject is regulated in the different autonomous communities. Dossiers are also produced to inform about the reports, plans, or programs of the numerous institutions that are in force at the autonomous communities scale. The European Union documentary services in the Senate provide information about the European institutions and their policies. They gather all the news, the legislative proposals, the normative acquis since the creation of the European communities, statistics, studies, reports, that is, all the specialized information in the EU of interest that may be useful in the Senate and also for the Joint Commission for the European Union, composed of deputies and senators. As we have just seen, the documentary resources managed in the Senate consist of a wide range of information ranging from the historical precedents of the Senate to all types of documentation to facilitate the work of senators, parliamentary groups, chamber, staff, and researchers.
Well, easy to explain things with images. So, me siento profundamente orgullosa.
I am deeply honored to welcome in the Spanish Senate the IFLA section. This section merits all our professional impulse because there are few professions in the world which are lucky enough to have a global association that allows us to share so openly our concerns, our progress, and the challenges we face, thus contributing to the improvement of our work. I wish you plenty of success in this conference. Thank you for being here and thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Josefa.
Thank you, Josefa, for this presentation.
Josefa, for this presentation. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Permettez-moi de vous souhaiter la bienvenue et de vous accueillir en français dans ma langue maternelle. Bienvenue à la conférence annuelle 2024 de la section des bibliothèques et services de recherche des parlements de l'IFLA. C'est un immense plaisir.
Interpreters do apologize, but there is no interpreting services for French.
Beaucoup d'être avec nous ici, de vous être déplacés en si grand nombre. I will now switch to English for practical purposes. Dear colleagues, dear friends, welcome to the 2024 annual conference of the Library and Research Services for Parliament section of IFLA. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for traveling to be here with us. We are very grateful to have you here, to welcome you here. And I know that I cannot help but feel quite moved to see a room filled with information professionals, especially in the light of the cancellation of the World Library and Information Congress this year. It's great to see you all today and to have found a way to meet. Because a couple of months ago, maybe just about 6 months ago, we didn't know if we were going to be here today, if we were going to be able to meet. And we did what any democratic organization would do. We surveyed our members. And we asked them, well, which way they wanted to meet and to convey and connect. So we sent a survey in February 2024, and you all answered that meeting in person was still preferable, that the location that was chosen as most popular was Europe, and October was revealed as the preferred month for an annual gathering. A two-day in-event person was selected as the favorite format. So we began the Standing Committee of IFLA to search for a parliament to host that event. And Josefa worked her magic. And here we are today. So the Spanish Senate so very kindly accepted to host us. Yo quiero expresar mi más profundo.
And I would like to express my gratitude to the Spanish Senate for welcoming us so generously. This is an exceptional event that makes a big difference for our community. And I would like to thank especially Josefa Fuentes, who has worked really hard to make this event a reality. Also, Mr. Pedro Rian, President of the Spanish Senate, for his support and hospitality. And also, I would like to thank the personnel of the Spanish Senate, because I am very much aware that organizing such an event like this means making a great effort. And so we really appreciate the work and the commitment. Thank you very much to all of you for all the work that you have devoted to this event. It's really appreciated as well. And I personally am very happy to be back in Madrid and see everyone from Spain.
Thank all the members of the Standing Committee of IFLA for all the hard work they put in the last year. We are about 20 on this standing committee, and I wouldn't have made it without your work. So thank you very much for all the dedication, the devotion you're putting in. Extra special thanks go to our secretary, Julie Anderson, and our information coordinator, Lila Theodosi. And they worked so very hard, you have no idea. I can't remember the number of times I was sending out an email to Lila, and looked at the time of the response, and it was about 11 p.m. in Greece. And I was thinking, Leila, go to bed. Stop the emails. So I would like you to join me in applauding them for their hard work. I want to stress also the fact that all the work that the Standing Committee members put in is volunteer work. And in this devotion and dedication to our field, I think we find the true meaning of IFLA's presidential motto, which is stronger together. So maybe I'm the one giving up a speech here today, but the truth is that without the work of the 20 people on the Standing Committee and without your involvement, everyone here, there wouldn't be an IFLA part to start with. And speaking of involvement, we have about 35 people for whom it is their first attendance to an IFLA Parl event today, including me. So far, I am loving it, so that's great. So we have about 35 people who are experiencing this for the first time, and I want to extend an extra special welcome to all of you, and we hope that this will be the first of many participation to come. So without further delay, it's my great pleasure to declare open the 2024 Annual Conference of IFLA Par. And last but not least, I would like to thank our dear keynote speaker, Mrs. Anoja Fernando, Knowledge Exploitation Lead at His Majesty's Government for the UK, for the United Kingdom, owner of an MBE medal for contribution to international librarianship. We are very honored and grateful to have you here today. I know that IFLA Parl is particularly grateful for your outstanding leadership as chair of IFLA's Division B during 2022-2023. and your continued work as chair of the Government Information and Official Publications section since 2023. You also have supported the publication of the third edition of the Guidelines for Parliamentary Libraries in 2022 in collaboration with the IPU, and this has, of course, significantly contributed to advancing parliamentary library services globally. It is therefore an honor to have you here today and to welcome you as our keynote speaker. Mrs. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, perfect. It's
working, is it? So you're going to, oh, try to do it like that.
Or with the mouse, perhaps. Is it with the mouse? Oh, perfect. It's working.
How do I get it back? Okay. Right. Okay. It's working back. Now that I've got the technology going, okay, bear with me if I have any problems with it. Dear colleagues, it's very nice to see you all. It is an enormous honor to be delivering the keynote at the 39th Conference of the Library and Research Services for Parliament in the grand surroundings of the Spanish Senate. My sincere thanks to Josefa Fuentes, immediate past chair of IFLA Parl, and Caroline Maynard, current chair of IFLA Parl, for their gracious invitation and their lovely words. So I work in knowledge exploitation for His Majesty's Government in Westminster, United Kingdom. Although we work distinctively separately due to the checks and balances of the British Constitution, since my appointment as a librarian to His Majesty's Government over a quarter of a century ago, I have worked very closely with the UK House of Commons librarians to learn from their best practices and to authenticate the information my team provides for evidence-based policy making. The policy briefs of the House of Commons library drafts is available on their website and was always included in the literature searches my team provided as an authoritative source of research for evidence-based policy. I have unparalleled professional admiration for the policy briefs of the House of Commons Library, having done my placement at the House of Commons Library many, many decades ago during my university studies. These well-researched and analyzed policy briefs were available even then, although it has evolved since then. Responding with innovation and impact to the democratic process of the United Kingdom is their greatest strength. One of my first posts in His Majesty's Government was to manage a team delivering the information cycle of an official publication and to ensure a published copy was available in the House of Commons library when the Secretary of State, the Minister of State, stood up to present it to Parliament. There were several reports each month, and preparing it for publication and keeping it confidential until the minister rose in Parliament was one of the most demanding postings in my career, with nothing expected to go wrong to meet deadlines to maintain the checks and balances of our democratic process. And it was up to librarians to make sure that it happened and to liaise with the House of Commons library. So a bit of introduction to IFLA Division B. IFLA has a long and rich history in its journey to becoming the global voice of the library and information profession. Founded on the 30th September 1927 at the annual meeting of the UK Library Association in Edinburgh, Scotland, IFLA officially began in 1929 with 15 countries and 15 members from 15 countries, and now has over 1,500 members and affiliates from 150 countries worldwide. IFLA Division B consists of library and research services for Parliament, government libraries, government information and official publications, law libraries, and the AI Special Interest Group. My association with IFLA PAL began during my tenure as the chair of Division B and supporting the guidelines for parliamentary libraries, the third edition. I highly recommend it to all of you in whatever field you're in, because it is adaptable and it is a fantastic document and a testament to librarians. So Great Britain is very proud to have hosted the inaugural meeting of IFLA in 1927. In celebration of that, in 2019 December, the UK Department for Work and Pensions, where I was working at the time, together with the House of Commons Library, hosted the IFLA Midterm Conference, informed parliaments, engaged citizens, effective government, in celebration of UN SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Representatives from all 5 continents attended, with several colleagues from IFLA PAL in attendance too. I'd like to reflect on the feedback from a Director General of His Majesty's Government, which was insightful for librarians and echoes what was said by the President of the Senate earlier this afternoon. What he said then to me was, "Thank you, and to your colleagues in the library and digital teams for organizing such an excellent event." I took away the point that the most important policy choices are inevitably contested. Analysis and evidence can't provide the answer most of the time, but that reinforces the value of framing the available information in a clear, concise, and open way. And I think that is what us librarians do most of the time in our work. If I can dwell on the democratic process of government in the United Kingdom and my rationale for alignment with Division B. We have a general election every 5 years. It's a 5-year cycle for delivery of what is called a manifesto. And if I can ask you to dwell on that word manifesto, which is on the slide. So a political party to govern the country is elected by citizens with a manifesto for delivery in 5 years. Government officials support the elected government to deliver the manifesto commitments via command papers and legislation. Parliamentary officials support the elected members of Parliament to scrutinize legislation and hold the government to account on manifesto commitments. All legislation passed through Parliament becomes official publication. Subject to royal assent, these official publications then become law to be tested in royal courts. Librarians provide government officials supporting ministers with the evidence base for policy making to deliver manifesto commitments. and the librarians in Parliament support members of Parliament with research and evidence to scrutinize His Majesty's government on the manifesto commitments. In the UK, we have an unwritten constitution. It's an adversarial system of government elected by the people, which is held to account on its manifesto commitments constantly by the opposition parties and members of both houses of Parliament. With the proliferation of information and rapid evolution of artificial intelligence, the authenticity and authoritativeness of evidence librarians provide is greater than ever before. As IFLA Chair of Division B, this was my rationale and strategy, which was guided by my experience of the democratic process of the United Kingdom. As these slides demonstrate, for the British process of constitutional accountability to succeed, research and evidence-based policy is critical to its success. It is of primary importance to our unwritten constitution based on precedent and tradition. Our guiding text is called the English Constitution by Bagot. The House of Commons Library has it online. The printed version of Bagot always had pride of place in our library until it went online via the parliamentary site. Even so, the library holds each of the editions because when preparing legislation to put before the House of Commons, officials must refer to it. When it is being tested in Parliament, which is really the critical point, government lawyers refer to past editions. With imminent deadlines, I recollect officials rush into the library expecting Bagot to be there for reference. Sometimes for younger colleagues in government, it would be the first time they would have heard of it, but the legislative process of a bill going through Parliament is of critical importance to our democracy, as the House of Commons and the Lords send the bills back to government during their process of scrutiny. It's worth mentioning my own experience of researching evidence for a Queen's speech where the government of the day puts forward its manifesto commitments. On this occasion, in the Queen's speech, which a new government administration was presenting to Parliament, my sponsoring department was including full employment as an achievable intent. When researching for inclusion, the officials gathered that there was a white paper presented in 1945 during the creation of the British welfare state and expected the library to hold a copy. But the department sponsoring, where I was working at the time, was created through machinery of government only in 2002, and the library was not going to have a copy of that, unlike Josefa's library, which has everything, because we go through evolution in government. I had only one day to get this document, and I couldn't get hold of a copy from my sources in government or the House of Commons. Simultaneously, overnight, I was working with our legislation contractor, the Stationery Office of the United Kingdom, who somehow managed overnight to get an online version of the white paper from the Margaret Thatcher Foundation archive located in the United States. And therein was Mrs. Thatcher's own copy, in which she had underlined in red the statement that it can be an aspiration but not an intent. So this is an example whereby it demonstrates how librarians can leverage their collective expertise for impact. So if I turn to artificial intelligence in this landscape, into our landscape in the last 2 years has arrived two technological innovations, artificial intelligence and large language models, both of which offer efficiencies, opportunities, and risks. Whilst ChatGPT and Copilot offer enormous potential of efficiency to the end user, the dependency on large language models to retrieve information as an authentic source is a challenge for the end user for evidence-based policy. Some institutions have created their own in-house models to interrogate large amounts of data, giving security and efficiency to the end user. However, Not all institutions will yield the cost benefits and return on investment creating in-house models. It's a huge exercise and a very expensive exercise. Therefore, librarians have an opportunity to join this rapidly evolving journey by leveraging our collective expertise to enable the end users to exploit this innovation for efficiency via governance and guidance. That is a space that the librarians should focus on in the future. Speaking of opportunities and challenges, here I wish to turn to Geoffrey Hinton, Joint Nobel Prize winner for Physics 2024, for his work on AI with John Hopfield. Particularly Hinton's quote, in which he said, "I think AI, will have a huge influence. It will be comparable with the Industrial Revolution, but instead of exceeding people in physical strength, it's going to exceed people in their intellectual ability." He went on, "Having technology that was smarter than humans would be wonderful in many respects, leading to substantial improvements in healthcare, better digital assistance, and huge improvements in productivity. But we also have to worry about a number of possible bad consequences, particularly the threat of these things getting out of control." He added, "I'm worried that the overall consequence of this might be systems more intelligent than us that eventually take control." So, I'd like to reflect on security and authenticity, which will become primary challenges. Security, of course, will depend on the governance guidance from our digital colleagues and people who take decisions at the highest levels. Whilst librarians have an opportunity to leverage our collective expertise on the vast landscape of misinformation. So the librarians' collective experience must focus on advocating what we are experts at, evidence-based policy, to support the democratic process. So innovation, looking at two areas. If you look at jargon, we as librarians expert terminology, reflecting just on two terms that AI uses. Hallucinations. As a librarian, I used to call those false drops. Prompt engineering, I would advocate, are similar to search terms. So misinformation, we need bibliographies, we need references. You can't just have evidence-based documentation without references and bibliographies. So these are areas I would urge you to reflect upon as you look and embrace this AI space. Reflecting again on the EU AI Act 2024, the law that governs and develops and use of AI within the EU, which came into effect on 1st August 2024. It is a landmark piece of legislation aiming to establish a legal framework for AI systems that ensures ethical safeguards and transparency within the goal of ethical AI, ensuring AI systems respect fundamental rights, safety, and ethical principles. Risk management, addressing risks associated with powerful AI models. Trustworthy AI, fostering trustworthy AI with Europe and beyond. A common framework, establishing a common regulatory and legal framework for AI across the EU. Data quality and transparency, providing EU-wide rules on data quality and transparency. There are three areas I think librarians can make an impact, which are risk management, trustworthy AI, and data quality and transparency. Librarians have an excellent opportunity to leverage their expertise in advocating the importance of testing the evidence in these three areas and demonstrating the impact with supportive EU legislative evidence. In the UK, we have a policy paper implementing the UK's AI regulatory principles, the initial guidance for regulators, which was issued on the 6th of February 2024. We are guided by this policy paper, which, as I've highlighted, was drafted by the previous administration in the UK before our general election on 4th July 2024. Irrespective of a change of government, this policy remains relevant, and the new administration is continuing the process they are in, with the Department for Science and Technology leading the policy development process as a priority. I'm sure similar conversations remain active in all the countries the audience here today are representing. Therefore, it is safe to assume there is an opportunity for librarians to leverage our collective expertise in this conversation. If I may ask you to reflect on these two terms and what I retrieved. I retrieved this from an AI large language model source. Here is an example of what I retrieved using search terms from an AI model to prompt engineering versus search terms, because I'm quite passionate. They are similar with a few added nuances. I'll let you reflect on similarities and distinguish differences if there are any. So prompt engineering is the process of crafting and refining prompts in order to effectively communicate with AI models and achieve desired outputs. It involves designing the input queries or tasks in a way that guides the AI model towards producing the most accurate and useful results. This can include specifying the format of the desired response, providing context, or asking the model to think step by step or debate pros and cons before settling on an answer. It's a crucial part of interacting with AI models, especially large language models, and can significantly impact the quality of the results. According to this AI model, search terms and prompt engineering are both methods used to extract specific information from a database or an AI model. However, they are used in different contexts and have different purposes. Search terms are typically used in the context of search engines or databases. They are keywords or phrases that a user inputs to find specific information. The search engine or database then uses these terms to find and return the most relevant results. Prompt engineering, on the other hand, is used in the context of AI models, particularly large language models. So instead of simply inputting a keyword or phrase, the user crafts prompts that guides the AI model towards producing a specific type of response. This can involve specifying the format of the response, providing additional context, or using other techniques to influence the model's output. In other words, while search terms are about finding specific pieces of information, prompt engineering is about shaping the AI's output to match a specific need or expectation. I would really urge you to reflect on this, because I see a lot of similarities with what we do and prompt engineering. And prompt engineers are paid huge, vast amounts of money. So, leveraging our collective expertise for impact and innovation. So, whilst reflecting, I looked at our current collective expertise. We focus on stakeholder engagement, book selection and curating book lists, literature searches for policy briefs for members of parliament, horizon scanning and selective dissemination of information alerts, roles of library, expertise and a secretariat function, and information literacy. I would advocate that by repurposing the collective expertise that we already have, we could create a huge impact in decades to come. So there is a rapidly evolving AI landscape, responding to innovation and an opportunity for leveraging our collective expertise for innovation and impact in parliamentary libraries and research services. Repurposing our expertise and skills, AI literacy is going to stay. Maximizing digital partnerships, maximizing stakeholder engagement. If I may ask you to reflect on these two sections, I would advocate that collective expertise in library and research services for Parliament is already performing functions and creating impact. We just have to extend these functions to repurpose our collective expertise in the AI space, particularly, as I said, on AI literacy, making an impact by supporting the parliamentarians serving the citizens of the nation. So again, I looked at the guidelines for parliamentary libraries, the third edition, which I'm, as I said, passionate about. And just to look at the summaries from the IFLA side, so it says to increase the guidelines are intended to increase the effectiveness of parliamentary library and research services, to provide a forum for addressing emerging issues related to legislative processes, to promote openness, transparency, and the strengthening of democratic participation through the provision of information about legislation and parliaments to citizens, and to promote the establishment of library and research services as a fundamental component in the development of democratic legislatures throughout the world, and to exchange experience, knowledge, and problem-solving strategies and promote networking amongst parliamentary library and research services, and to develop and promote standards and best practices in providing information and knowledge to parliaments. So, from my previous slide, I just put in the leveraging of innovation and impact, and I can see parallels therein. It's so surreal to say that these guidelines can be used in the future in our AI repurposing of our skills for AI literacy. So just reflect on that. And I also wish to reiterate my commitment to the guidelines for Parliament Libraries, the third edition. As chair of Division B, at the time of drafting and publishing, I had the privilege of working with several of you, Josefa Fuentes and Martin Reed. It was an ambitious project, and I'm delighted this successful partnership with the Interparliamentary Union has yielded translations into several languages. Reflecting upon its intent, I would advocate it has strategic potential to leverage collective expertise for impact in the innovative AI and large language model space, particularly in the AI literacy space. Leveraging collective expertise and leadership, I think leadership here is exceptionally important, critical, and crucial. We need senior sponsors, people involved in governance. They are the decision makers, the decision takers. We need senior leaders who are equally important. These are people involved at very high level, looking at the bigger picture. Therefore, librarians must demonstrate to them via evidence of capability and knowledge exploitation on adoption of AI and large language models and their limitations on trustworthiness and data quality, and therefore associated risks via guidance documents. And here, let me refer back to our President's address, where he spoke of data quality and trustworthiness. You must find time to keep up to date with internal teams and share exploit knowledge. Join the journey now. If you don't, we will get left behind. Maximize the secretariat function of the library in your institutions as the collective expertise on AI guidance and governance. I spoke about SDG 16, which is about peace, justice, and strong institutions, and we have a role here. Embrace the opportunity and maximize publicity across the institution on awareness of legislation and guidance. Become the experts, the collective experts. So, finally, quoting our late IFLA President, Donna Sheeder, IFLA PAL has an excellent opportunity for librarians to call to arms and celebrate your success at IFLA I await to hear your success and celebrate it. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fernando, for this very insightful presentation that brings us to a lot of reflections, very important reflections for the future of our profession. And I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that in your bags that the Senate has so kindly provided to us, you have this little piece of paper that has many QR codes on the back, and you have one that will give you access to the guidelines for parliamentary libraries and the guidelines for parliamentary research services. So we've been talking a lot about that document. You can access it directly on this piece of paper. And if you're looking for free Wi-Fi, of course, we all love free Wi-Fi, so this is also on this little piece of paper. So please don't hesitate to use it. Moving on to my presentation, I'm just going to check that technology works. Oh, yeah, it works. Perfect. All right, so we're good to go. Again, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here today speaking in front of you. And an honor to be part of this community that is dedicated to knowledge and to service. So I am standing here today in front of you, I have to admit, with a lot of humility, because I thought a lot about what I wanted to do with this chair of the section presentation. You see, traditionally at the start of pre-conferences, the chair of the section would give a general overview of what IFLA is, of what our actions during the past year were, what our action plan is looking like. And this year we actually have a planned session for tomorrow's afternoon, which will look at the state of our different actions in our 2023-2025 action plan. So we have a session that is dedicated for that tomorrow, where standing committee members will present the progress of our action plan. So I wanted to do something a little bit different with this chair of the section presentation and with this great privilege that I have to be speaking in front of all of you today. So I want to take this time to help us prepare our mindset for the days ahead, to set the tone a little bit for what I hope will be an opportunity to learn for all of us. And I am very glad that I got to hear Mrs. Fernando's wonderful presentation, because I think it will be in line with what Mrs. Fernando has invited us to reflect upon. So when I first thought about this presentation, I started reflecting on my professional career. I've been working in the librarian field for the past 10 years, first as a reference librarian, then as head of information and reference services at the Library of the National Assembly of Quebec, which is a provincial parliament, so parliament of the province of Quebec located inside of Canada. And I started to think about growth, about how we experience professional growth through our career. And the most I thought about this, the more I thought about this, the more I realized that all the time that I experienced growth in the past 10 years were actually when I got out of my comfort zone. So, for example, 10 years ago, I hated speaking in front of a large crowd. So this would not have happened. And this is still a little bit outside of my comfort zone. I mean, it is a pretty large crowd, so bear with me. But basically, back then, I was not comfortable, so I was looking at a colleague of mine who was extremely comfortable in front of a large crowd, and I kept saying to myself, I wish I was that good, you know, I wish I had that quality of speaking in front of a large crowd. So I started doing what everybody who wants to acquire a new skill does, practicing. I started doing visits of the library, tours of our exhibits, presentations at conferences. I even started doing some community radio outside of work. So commitment. And it got pretty uncomfortable along the way, but it paid off, you know. So mainly this is to say that the more I thought about the concept of comfort zones in my own professional life, the more I realized how important it was to get out of them to evolve. And the more I thought about that, the more I realized how important it is too for the institutions we work in to get out of our institutional comfort zone, especially for parliamentary libraries and for parliamentary research services, because they are institutions which are generally tradition-rooted. They are institutions which generally represent continuity and stability, which is a good thing. We need continuity and stability to progress. And in such environments, it can be easy to do what we have always done because we know how things work, because we feel that we are in control, because, as we say, we've got this. And we know what we're doing, we have expertise on it, we are good at it. So we find comfort in what we know in the systems and processes that have worked for us for years. So why should we change it? Why should we embrace discomfort? Well, because of this. Artificial intelligence is here. And it may be a bit of a buzzword, certainly, but it's definitely not a passing trend. It's already changing the way we live, the way we work, and most importantly for our profession, the way that people are searching for information. Our users are already using AI tools. There has been many cases of members of parliaments, politicians that have been using AI to do a part of their work to search for information, sometimes not using it correctly or maybe not careful enough, but no matter how they use it, the fact is still that they are using it, whether we like it or not, whether we approve of it or not. And AI is reshaping general searching behaviors, slowly but surely. In May 2024, Google actually launched its AI tool because it noticed that it was losing traffic to AI because the AI overviews were so informative, so they resulted in fewer clicks on the website. And Google actually evaluated that it could lose about 25% of the traffic. So this is something to consider. And I recently came across this interesting article in April of 2024 where Mr. Penn actually explains quite very easily, in fact, why people are moving to searching information using AI tools. And it's all about the user experience. So basically, to quote him, the more people find out that it's not only possible but straightforward to get the information you want in a more compact form and a substantially better user experience, the faster AI-generated search will take off, as long as the user experience is better than traditional search. So it's, again, all about user experience. So as institutions that serve these users, we need to be ready for this shift. We need to, I think, get out of our comfort zones and train ourselves to know how AI works, as Mrs. Fernando has mentioned it, to understand prompting, to use it adequately, to be aware of the risk, and to educate also. So hence the importance of AI literacy. Now, some of you may be wondering, well, wait a minute, this thing is not even, working right, so why should I go through all the fuss of learning how it works? And you're not entirely wrong. AI has been known to hallucinate, to give out wrong information. We know it has biases. We know there are ethical issues. We know that there are governance issues also. So basically, it doesn't work perfectly right now. And that brings me to something a very distinguished colleague of mine recently said. We take comfort in the fact that AI doesn't work perfectly right now. And that is so true. It is a great comfort when we put in a request in ChatGPT and it gives us gibberish. It's a great comfort. We know that it's fine. We still have the upper edge. We don't have to worry. It's not working well. So it's not working perfectly right now, and we move on with our day. But what happens when it does work perfectly? What happens when it does work perfectly and we are already behind because we have not taken the time to understand it, to embrace it, either because the timing wasn't right, either because we didn't have the resources? We have to think, I believe, about that possibility. We have to reflect on this. And I think that even if timing and resources are always issues, The perfect timing, unfortunately, doesn't exist, and resources will always be limited, so we have to make this a priority. Now, I want to stress the fact that I am definitely not an expert on AI. I wish I was, though. It would be quite useful these days. And we actually have people that are much more qualified than I am to speak about this, that will be speaking about AI tomorrow afternoon on a panel that I'm very much looking to. So what I am sharing with you today are merely reflections that I had on the field as an information professional. But I actually was quite happily surprised to see that these reflections were reflected in the recent IFLA trend report. So as you can see, IFLA recently released its 2024 trend report, where it stated that knowledge practices are changing, AI and other technologies are transforming society, trust is being renegotiated, skills and abilities are becoming more complex. And this echoes also very well with IFLA's Brisbane Declaration, which has been delivered at the last Information Futures Summit in Brisbane, Australia. And there's a part of this declaration that states that we recognize that information and knowledge practices are changing and that we have a duty to manage and shape these changes for the better. And this states very clearly, I think, our need to learn and to adapt for the benefit of the future of our profession. Because I was recently thinking, so I have 10 years into the field. If everything goes well, I have about, 30 years, 25, 30 years left. There may come a time where I will have more years when I will have used AI than the opposite. Just as Google has become a fundamental part of our searching habits today, AI has the potential to do so. So when I am thinking about the need for our professional selves to get out of our comfort zones, I'm really thinking about the future of our profession and the information professionals of tomorrow. And speaking about the future, IFLA recently issued its 2024-2029 strategy during, again, the Information Futures Summit in Brisbane, Australia. And this strategy invites libraries to expand their horizons and embrace change. And I wanted to present it to you today because I think it offers insights that brings us back to the importance of, again, stepping out of our comfort zones to grow. And it identifies 3 impact areas when we can start to initiate change. So I want to present these to you briefly today and to show you also how IFLA Parl's objectives actually align very well with these impact areas. So first of all, we have the motto of the strategy, sustainable futures for all through knowledge and information. And this is a great motto because we do want to make our parliaments sustainable environments, growing environments through information and knowledge. We live for our community, for our parliamentary institutions. And this echoes directly with our objectives at IFLA Parl, which are directed towards the strengthening of democracy. And it also aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 16, which is titled Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. Now moving on to the first impact area of the strategy, libraries are connected and energized through vibrant global professional communities. This, I think, is at the core of what IFLA Parl is, because IFLA Parl is about bringing together libraries and research services for parliaments. It's about exchanging ideas. It's about building partnership, connecting to each other, supporting each other in a world where knowledge is power. And more importantly, I think that this impact area is very important because it means that we don't have to do this alone. We don't have to face these changes to come alone. We can share knowledge, we can share practices and collaborate and support each other. And I think that in the field of AI, it will be particularly important to share these knowledge because there are so many tools, so many applications that exist that it won't be possible for each and every one of us to each test everything for each institution to test everything it's in its own corner. So we will need to share our experiments, our methodologies, our tests in order to leverage collective expertise. And this is why I think these annual events are so important. And I really encourage you to take every opportunity you have in the next days to exchange with your peers. And I also want to reiterate the importance of taking part in the discussion, no matter what your parliament size is. This is particularly important for me because I come from a provincial parliament, a sub-national parliament, and I know that as smaller institutions, we sometimes feel that our accomplishments may be less valuable than the ones of bigger institutions, but they are valuable, and we never know how deeply our practices can impact other institutions until we share our experiences. So I really encourage you to collaborate and to get involved in the discussion, no matter what your institution's size is. Moving on to impact area number 2. Libraries are recognized, represented, and valued as partners. So this is an impact area that is about demonstrating libraries' contributions. How will we demonstrate our contributions? By making the difference in our users' lives. How will we make the difference in our users' lives? By addressing their needs and expectations and always staying relevant to these needs. And for this, our institutions need to be effective, and this is where we have a link with one objective of IFLA, which is to increase the effectiveness of parliamentary libraries and research services. And I think that has to be done through continuous improvement, review of our processes and procedures. And I also want to share with you here an inspirational approach that I recently came across, which is the Start with Yes approach of Library and Archives Canada. So Library and Archives Canada, they're the national library in the country of Canada, and they recently adopted this Start with Yes approach to enhance their service delivery and accessibility. So this Start with Yes philosophy, basically, it encourages staff to approach requests and challenges with a solution-oriented mindset. So instead of saying the library does not do that, we don't do that, we never did that, the people are encouraged to explore creative ways to fulfill user needs and provide access to information. So I thought that was quite interesting because we often say in the field that we have to manage user expectations. In fact, we actually say that in our guidelines for parliamentary libraries. And while that is not wrong, because time is of course limited, resources are always limited, and we are magicians, but to some extent only. I still like to think that we could combine that Start with Yes approach within these resources that are, of course, always limited, because this will help us to stay relevant for the future. And moving on to impact area number 3, libraries are enabled to deliver meaningful change at all levels. So of course, IFLA also serves to determine standards and best practices for our field, which can deliver meaningful change at many levels. But I believe we need to take this impact area to the next level. We need to lead the change in our institutions. And I am so happy that, Mrs. Fernando, you talked about leadership, because I think this is exactly what we need to be doing inside of our parliaments. We, as libraries, we need to, of course, get out of our comfort zone as institutions, but we also have to incite our parliaments to also evolve and change. And that is a big challenge indeed, but it is very important because we have to position ourselves at a strategic place in our institutions to be in the core of change. And I want to give you an example from the parliament where I work. At the National Assembly of Quebec, there was recently a committee that was put up in place to address AI challenges, and that committee is made of people that are from all the departments of the National Assembly, including the library being a department of the National Assembly of Quebec. And when came the time to decide who was going to lead the committee, our library's director, she was able to convince the administration of the National Assembly that it should be the library that leads the committee. Not the IT department, not the legal affairs department. It should be the library. And that is a great win because it puts us directly in the middle of the storm. It puts us directly where we want to be at the core of change, and we cannot be elsewhere. We will be directly involved. So this, for me, states the importance of leading the change. So since time is flying by, and there's coffee, I believe, waiting for us in the next room, so that's big argument in favor of concluding this presentation. To sum up, there are 3 impact areas to the IFLA strategy, and they invite us to collaborate, to adapt, to lead. And we have some incredible sessions that are lined up today and tomorrow that will address these very themes, how you can collaborate, adapt, and lead. And I hope that as you participate, you'll think about how these ideas can help you and your institution grow, so that you can reflect on how these different experiences you'll hear about can serve you back home to make sure that your libraries and your institutions evolve. We may not have to move at the same speed. In fact, we cannot all move at the same speed because we have different resources, different contexts, different political contexts also. And digital technologies are unevenly distributed, as IFLA's trend report stated it. But what is important is that we are all willing to grow. And every institution's comfort zone is different, but we all have the possibility of stepping out of it. And I think it's a very interesting time to be an information professional. It's a very stimulating time. And I want to thank you again all for being here, and I look forward to exchanging ideas and to learning from you in the days to come. So let's make this conference a catalyst for growth and change. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Caroline, por compartir tus inquietudes personales, vincularlas.
So, yes, you must have a professional concern so that we can not relax and so that we can be stable, because our profession is really an avant-garde one, and managing knowledge is really, really of paramount importance. Thank you. So we stop now to have that coffee break. So we can connect to each other in person. We can even get that welcome pack if you didn't get yours, because it really has very valuable material for us, even material that will guide you in Madrid, the city of Madrid. So we will meet back at 3:45. Thank you.
So, continuamos la sesión.
Okay, so we'll continue with our session.
Sí, tras esta primera pausa.
Okay, so after this first break, where we've been able to have some coffee and we have started replenishing our energies,
Continuamos.
okay, we're going to continue. We're going to resume, please.
Hazme, Oscar, di Caroline, por favor. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. We're going to resume.
Comenzamos este.
Okay, we're going to start this first session of presentations where we're going to be hearing the services of the Documentation Directorate and the progress it promotes, research promotes within our own book collection. This is going to be for about 1.5 hours, and we're going to be talking about the service of cataloging and the service of acquisitions and external projection. Two members of the National Archives, Silvia Paz Otero and Oscar Donaire Bravo. They're going to be telling us about the post-incunabula collection of the Spanish Senate Library, first steps towards identification. Silvia, you have the floor. Oh, actually, Oscar's going to start. So, Oscar, you have the floor. Good afternoon. This presentation seeks to highlight the collection of post-incunabula that we have in the Senate Library. And this continues the incunabula collection, which oldest publication, it dates from 1470. And this also inaugurates the books published in the 16th century. We have around 400 books now. The origins of the Spanish Senate Library is in the Cortes Library, which was created in the extraordinary Cortes of Cádiz in 1810. With the Spanish Constitution of 1837, we established in Spain a bi-chamber system with the lower and the upper chamber. In the year 47, this library was dissolved so that each chamber had its own library, and this is how the Spanish Senate Library was originated. 3 years later, in 1850, we had the first catalogue of the Spanish Senate Library. Most of the book collection that we had then came from the infant Carlos Maria Isidro of Bourbon, and these were seized in the period of the Carlist Wars. This collection was inherited from his uncle, Infante Antonio Pascual de Bourbon, who was a great philosopher, son of King Charles III of Spain. And the book collection has around 120,000 volumes, of which 358 were published in the 16th century. And this is a good addition to the history of book collections in Spain and history. We have different types of books, including book bindings, amongst others, and this means that our historical book collection is very, very important. Within characteristics, some of the books share, for example, the provenance marks that you can see on the slide, on the right-hand side of the slide. But some of the books did not have provenance marks, so we couldn't really identify at first sight their provenance or their origin. For example, the Complutense Bible did not have provenance marks, but thanks to an inventory that was carried out of the goods that were seized from Infante Carlos Maria Isidro de Borbón between 1836 and 1838, and which is in the lower chamber library, we have been able to identify this work. So as I was saying at the beginning, the purpose of this presentation is to highlight the value of this collection, to present 17 works in 2 volumes. And we have been able to do this thanks to the actualization of the different files that we have following the regulations of the National Library of Spain, using indexes and catalogues that have been published since the 19th century to complete our information. And also we have used databases, specialized databases in the historical book collection. What is a post-incunabulum? According Martinez de Sousa's definition in the Dictionary of Bibliology and Related Sciences, post-incunabula are a natural continuation of incunabulum. And the characteristics are very similar. On the left-hand side of the slide, you have an incunabula, and on the right-hand side, you have post-incunabula. You can see that these two are quite similar. The first one was published in 1493, the second one in 1510. So as you can see, the only thing that differentiates them is the time when they were published, because those books published between 1501 and 1520 are post-incunabula according to Spanish appreciation. But there are other books in the Spanish Senate library that maintain the same aesthetics. Yeah, so here all librarians will know that sometimes historical times is a tool that allows us to identify books, but the reality of all books is much more complex than that. And so which works do we have in our post-incunabula collection? We have 17 works in 2 volumes, so you can see on the slide, where you can see data of placement, publication date, and the number of works that we have all over Spain. This is something that we have taken from the collective catalogue of the Spanish bibliography heritage, which is a kind of repertoire where public libraries in Spain include their historic books. So as you can see, this is a very important collection, because in some cases we have even 2 or 3 items. So what's the time framework for this collection? As we mentioned earlier, it goes from 1502 to 1517. The oldest book that we have in this collection is Seneca's Letters, dating from 1502, and the most modern has 2 volumes. It's Homer's Iliad in Greek, and the last volume of the multi-language Complutense Bible. In general, the state of conservation is quite good, in spite of the historical difficulties that they have experienced in all these centuries. When we started carrying out this research, we wanted to go beyond just descriptive items. And very early on, we realized at the beginning it was more hope than a fact, but we did hope that this was a very special collection of post-incunabula printed in Spain in this timeline. And this idea took us to elaborate research which did not only take into account physical description, but also analyzed the origins and where these books were printed. And this is not only to do with provenance marks, as my colleague just mentioned, but also where they were printed and which subjects they covered. In these 2 pie charts, you can see, first of all, book bindings on the left-hand side. All the books that we have, except for 2, have their original book binding, and the others have had new bindings. And right now, we don't have an library archive per se, so we don't know exactly what happened to those books in the centuries that have elapsed since they were first printed. Now, in terms of rebindings, potentially the most interesting would be for book bindings in painted paper, which were very much in vogue in the 18th century, and this was probably because of the work of the Infante Carlos Maria Isidro or his uncle. In terms of subjects, this is a collection that was created by one person. So the subjects responded to his personal tastes, and it's not the usual collection that you would find in a parliament. Yeah, it's something that we are custodians of, but its original function was not parliamentary. Therefore, the subjects are more to do with the age of the Renaissance and the particular interest of the Infante. As you can see, there's only one book concerning law, and it's one that we haven't been able to attribute or link to the Infante because it's something that arrived in the library later on. Every other subjects, philosophy, history, literature, religion, are very much in line with the kind of subjects that people were interested in the age of the Renaissance and in later years as well. With this map, we want to show you the different locations for printing in Hispanic territories. In England and France, this is different, but in Spain, we don't have a main printing center. Rather, printers moved around Spain in different ages, and they basically moved depending on demand. So wherever there was demand, they would move to and close the workshop that they had in the previous place. You can see that most of the printing places are in Spain, except for two books that were published in Venice and Geneva. And in Venice, we have the only two editions in Spain of Homer's Iliad. And this graphic is related to the map that we showed you. And here we just wanted to show you the percentages of books printed in different locations. As you can see, Alcalá de Henares is quite prominent here. And this percentage has been based on volumes, because the Complutense Bible has 6 volumes, means that the percentage is always going to be higher. What we wanted to show with this was how printers, as I mentioned before, moved around Spain depending on demand. Whenever they found a new demand in a new location, they would close the workshop and move to a new city. This is what happened to Arnaldo Guillén de Brocard, who started working in Toulouse, moved then to Pamplona, then to Logroño, and was finally recruited or called upon by Cardinal Cisneros to print the Complutense Bible. Guillén de Brocard was royal typographist by decision of Emperor Charles V, which tells us about the importance of this printer. Yeah. So in our collection, we have 2 books from this printer, printed both in Logroño and in Alcalá de Henares for the Complutense Bible. Now, another of the axes our research revolved around was typography, so elements that were related to the book structure. Here we've been looking at covers to identify the different covers that we had in the 16th century through 3 examples from our collection. On the left-hand side, you have on your right-hand side, you have heraldic cover with Valencia's coat of arms. In the center, we have another cover where we are reusing materials, okay? And this is something very interesting because it's quite characteristic of the Spanish printer. We were reusing the tools that we were using. This was something quite common in Spain. And here we can see those of a printer which is reused for some letters which have nothing to do with the graphic content of the plate, of the printing plate. And on the left-hand side, you can see a cover that shows the interest the Infante had for completing the works. This is our hypothesis, at least, okay? This is handwritten cover that has been introduced in a post-incunabulum when it was going to be rebound, potentially in the 18th century. And then they realized that the book didn't have a cover. So what they did was they created a handwritten cover that was based on two posterior books from the 16th century, which reproduce, in terms of content, part of the work. Which is to do with the family tree of the royal family of Aragon. Okay, and this comes to show how the Infante was really interested in maintaining his collection and keeping it and safeguarding it throughout time. We were also curious to analyze the internal structure of these works. And contrary to what happens with incunabula, which have very similar structures, with post-incunabula, this is a transition time, and therefore we start seeing very interesting elements that once again show us that we are transitioning from Gothic to Renaissance. You can see this in the first two pictures on the right-hand side, where you can see Renaissance and Gothic structures. So structures more modern and more Middle Age structures. And you can also see how we have incorporated certain plates. The third picture from the right, we have a psalterium here, which is part of our collection. And here, for the first time, we have mobile types in Arabic letters. Okay, this is a very interesting exemplary as well, with all the patterns and also with the language in the center of the cover. And finally, we have an example from the Complutense Bible. And this is probably the best example that we have in Spain in terms of the printing that was carried out at the time. This is something that you will be able to see in the Senate's library later on. We have one of the very few complete pieces of this work. There's only 123 all over the world. And it's in a great state. And here we can see Gothic and Renaissance elements. And you can see how the text of the Bible is translated into different languages. Now, other interesting things that we have found whilst carrying out our research is the two first pictures on the right-hand side. You can see that the index is the same on the left-hand side. One is handwritten, the other one is printed. And once again, we see how materials are being reused and how the people who were collecting these books really wanted to make sure that the collections were complete. Here we have work from 1510. And this is a work that was a sort of bestseller. I'm sorry for using this word because obviously it's not the word that they would use in the 16th century, but it was similar to that because there were at least hundreds of copies of this work, and we have two of them, one of which is complete and the other one was copied in handwriting to make sure that the work still made sense and that it could still be used. So that is the reason why it was copied. And at the end of the day, at this time, works were not conserved just for collection purposes, but also for use purposes, because people wanted to use them. And this is a sort of repository of different remedies, yeah, and so the index was very important and very useful. And finally, on the right-hand side, you have a very clear example of how printers used mobile types in this time. Here you can see the text of the actual text in the center, and around it, what you can see around it are comments, and you can see little hands that show where chapters start and end, and also whatever the printer wanted to highlight for readers. And with this interesting picture of our post-incunabula collection, we want to end this presentation. We would like to say that our collection might be modest because we have 22 volumes, 17 works, but whether on purpose or not, it was created by the different people. And the volumes are so carefully selected that we can draw conclusions, and we can also ratify the ideas that historians have of post-incunabula of that time. And they have also allowed us to start a line of work and a methodology that allows us to exemplify what a collection of post-incunabula at the time would look like. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Oscar, Silvia.
Thank you, Oscar, Silvia, for your presentation. We're going to move on to the next presentation. We're running out of time. So without breaks or anything, I would like to call to the stage Amparo, Yolanda, Maria Fernanda, Elvira, and they come from documentation centers in parliaments of the regions, or the autonomous communities, as we call our regions in Spain. Yeah, we have 17 of those which have their own regional parliament, and here they're representing a network of documentation centers and libraries within parliaments. Yeah, so they work with Red Parlamenta, this is how it's called, and they offer us an overview of what they have achieved so far. And this is how they are disseminating their work. We're happy to have them here at IFLA, and whenever you're ready, you have the floor. So just to warn you, any questions you might have on the presentation that we've just heard and the presentation that we're going to hear now, only two of them are here on stage, and the next presentation as well. I was saying any questions you might have, we will have a Q&A at the end of this session. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pepa, for your invitation and the support that you've given to Palagre always.
I want to introduce our parliamentary success story. That is a story we thought is a success, but at the end of the paper, I want to know what do you think about this story? Yes, tell me. First of all, I want to say, what is Red Parlamenta? Red Parlamenta is the cooperation network of the 70 parliaments of the Autonomous Community of Spain, designed and created by the initiative of professionals of the library and information service of this parliament. These parliaments are very different and reflect the territorial diversity of the Spanish states. In this map, you can see the different community and the different number of parliaments. We have 135 from Catalonia, 75 from Galicia, 109 to Andalusia, and 99 in my community. All these parliaments were different, are in Red Parlamenta. What is the story of Red Parlamenta? The background you can see in this line. This slide reflects the history of the New World, the first state. In 29, it was the idea. During the National Congress of Documentation, informal conversation between colleagues, the idea start to flop. Because always we can call, we always answer what we can do. 2099, Red Parliament first version we found, that is in October. And the 2011 first conference, we have the first conference in the Cortes Castilla y León, and we have the statute is the rule we cover the north of Red Parlamenta, and 2015 open to the public. Original, this new work was focusing on professional information. It aimed to promote two key aspects: the exchange of information and knowledge between the different documentary and library services, and to promote collaboration between them. That is the internal character at the beginning. Sharing resource, experience, and knowledge improve the work developed in its center. Each parliament has posted information to the website, and at the end we have Red Parlamenta. Transforming an internal network into a valuable resource for civil society interested in knowing and obtaining information of any of the 70 parliaments was unchallenged. And finally, in 2015, the new work was present and open to the public. As you saw, 6 years is only the time we have the idea and we open the public this work. We thought this is a successor, really. The question is, what is the successor? The project is, we consider we have 3 aspects. First of all, technological. The simplicity of the software. Its manager, updating, maintaining, and consultation allows the processing of information flow without requiring computer knowledge at the same time is very low cost product. Second, human manager of the new work. This project was born from the need of professionals themselves to find channels to professional exchange. It is collaborative and voluntary. All the members of the new work, they collaborate in this manager. The organization structure is reflected in the collaborative agreement or is a committee formed by 3 people with 3 years mandate, and annually 1 mayor is to replace by another, so that all the members of the new board must be part of the community. An annual meeting is held a space for debate. The next meeting will take place in Cartagena the next week, 24 and 25 October. It's very close. And finally, that is also always important, institutional recognition to support offered to the new board by Conference of Presidents of Autonomous Parliamentaries, we call COPREPA. The combination of these elements has determined the dynamics and success of the Red Parliament. I don't know, what do you think, but question. But now we know the origin and the story, the little background, but what I can find in Red Parliament? The web, they have 2 levels, open to the public, the public website is here, and the internet. First of all, we are see the public information. The information is structured by column with the respective drop-down, and then introduce us to the microsite. The contents are in Spanish and in the official language of the Spanish state, you know, Catalan, Galician, Basque, Valenciano. In addition, to the interface is in English and French. No, gracias. The website has evolved as the Parliament themselves, and the same information has not always been present. The content has been adapted to the social change that has been reflected in each Parliament. It is a dynamic page in which new information is being incorporated. What we can see? We can see in the first time business parliamentary is there. Include all the parliamentary information classic, rule of procedure, parliamentary activity, TV record, official documents, etc. You can find here. Secondly, we have documents The parliamentarian, produce documents for the use of the member, the staff, and the public. You can consult all the activity carried on by the library and research service, report, briefing, study, and bibliography. No, la otra diapo. Resource and collection. Contain the source of information specific so Parliament. Scientific journals, e-journals, books, library and catalog, law collection, international law collection, all are open. This information is the classic and property information that has been available since the beginning of the web. But they are updated by each Parliament. But we have another information. Here you can see election. Why? Because the electoral processor are some community we have at the same time the election, but another no, and it's too difficult to find all the information about the election. There are 70 community, and you can find here. You can find candidature, polls, result, all, and we have at the end transparency and open data. This space has been the last to be incorporated in Parliament. Parliament, in response to the social demand, modified the regulation and introduced Spain for transparency and citizen participation. Links to this area can be found here. Open Day is the last step in transparency, but not all autonomous parliaments work in an open format. Vamos a los contenidos. Vuelve, cierra, vuelve. No, we come back to the content. I saw. No. Which one? Sorry. This is on. Okay. Some dates can show the volume of the information. We have 1918 legislative dossier, bibliography the same, journals. Okay. This is the classic information you have here, but we can find this official social networks also here, always official, on. The last part we introduced was disability and gender equality. Why? Disability because we have the focus on easy reading microsite. Many parliaments incorporate this space because easy reading is a way to make information easy for everyone to understand. And many regional parliaments adopt laws, easy read guides on how laws are made. And we have here. And another point incorporated is gender equality. Microsite with information about evolution of women of the parliament. You can find here the number of the parliament's women, quality plan, etc. This is the open information, but we have an intranet. What is the original of Red Parliament? Intranet is only for professional participation in the project. It's a restricted space that can be accessed with always password and user. It is a virtual communication between everyone. When you can fill announcements, queries, professional directory, resource for administration. But the queries are the start of the intranet. Sometimes when do lack of time or because it's no easy access to the information, because as it's not public, you need your colleagues to answer you and you help you. That is the reason we have query. Example of querying we can find here. You can write something. Which parliament regulate lobbying on interest group, regulation for remote voting, with library manager software do you see, who satisfies of you, This is example of query. We have exactly 128 query. If you can see this graphic, there is sometimes the query go down, but is what the 2020 is the world pandemic of COVID-19, and that is the answer, the situation. Okay. Also, in this area, you can find all the meetings held since the beginning, the debate and discussion developed in each meeting. And finally, we can find the support manual to learn how to manage a Red Parliament. That is very important, you know, because we don't know informatical knowledge, but we need some support. Okay. And in conclusion, that is the end, Red Parliament as a source of information we thought is a valuable tool because it allows to know with a single click the information of about the 70 autonomous parliament and truth information as opposed to the misinformation and fake news that circulates now. It provides access to a large volume of documentary products prepared by professional and relevant source of information. The question now is what's the future of the website? We don't know. But we are sure if you face front to challenger change and information needs of parliamentary cities and the use of new tools that will be developed with the application we are talking here, AI, in our work. Gracias. This is a mistake. Ha habido un error porque yo pensaba que...
There's been a mistake because I thought communications had to be done in English.
Hemos entendido perfectamente.
We have perfectly understood. It's been very well explained and understood. English is our most universal language.
Your opinion about this web?
Eso iba a manifestar una plataforma.
Yes, it's a platform where the work from all the documentation centers, libraries of parliaments, of the regional governments in Madrid gather. If you need any information about them and the documents they produce, this is a place where you can find them, and it's based on a voluntary work, and it's a generous work. And in countries such as ours, where we've got different communities divided with their own parliaments, it's always nice to have that work that gathers and compiles and gives visibility to the documents produced in each one of the assemblies. Thank you very much.
Recibimos ahora a Mercedes Giuliani, es la jefa de servicio. Justamente también.
Mercedes Giuliani from the documentation service of the regions, of the communities. You know that the Senate is the chamber representing the territories of Spain. Spain has got 17 autonomous communities, and in the Senate we provide enough services so that all the work done in the different communities are gathered. Legislations and every document carried out by them are synthesized in databases, and you have access through a single query. And that is what Mercedes Giuliani is going to explain. You have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Tienes que pinchar. Ven aquí, ven aquí. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. En primer lugar, quisiera darles la bienvenida también.
Good afternoon. Be very welcome. I want to thank you for being at the Spanish Senate tonight. In this presentation on information sources for the study of Spanish autonomous communities, I'd like to present a work disseminating and facilitating the access to legal parliamentary information and document information relating to the autonomous communities of Spain. As a short introduction, I will try to cover 4 essential points, allowing us to locate this work in a specific context. I will make an oversight, a short resume of the successes. The Spanish Constitution of 1978 creates a bicameral parliament, the General Courts, with the Congress of Deputies and the Senate. The chambers, the houses, have got their own autonomy, ensuring the independence versus any other power, more specifically the executive power. One of the shows of this autonomy is the capacity to provide with human and material means to carry out the functions entrusted by the Constitution. The organic staff of the Secretary General of the Senate, approved in 1989, created an autonomous service of community documentation in order to do the follow-up and the treatment of the documents of the autonomous communities, to organize the documents, to treat the periodical publications, to prepare dossiers, bulletins, and CAEX databases. In 1990, the parliamentary group of the Socialist Party presented a motion calling for the plenary of the chamber to agree that these services should prepare periodically information on the activity of the parliaments of all the autonomous communities, so that these were to be disseminated amongst the senators. In this context, in 1991, the service for the Autonomic Documentation Service started. Thus, a documentary unit unique in Spain because of its functions, features, but also the vast information provided and the document products drafted. Since the beginning, and always continuously, there's been a follow-up of the official publications of the governments and parliaments of the autonomous communities and from the official gazette of the state. And this was added to the queries of all the documents related to autonomous communities since 1979. The official publications of the autonomous communities are a source of information which is essential to draft our document products, and they are treated as documents with care. They are the main source feeding the two databases of this service, the one on legislation called CALEX and the database on parliament activity called APCA. It is clear that parliamentarians need information that is reliable, updated, accurate, exhaustive, and immediate. So, from our service, we try to service all the information needs of all the chamber by drafting different document products. In the period between 2012 and 2016, we had 3 dossiers so that they're available in the webs of the Senate, specifically devoted to supporting with documents the work of the General Commission of Autonomous Communities with the following denomination: Autonomous Communities Autonomy, Autonomous and Regional Parliaments, Autonomous Communities, Administration and Institutions. The time elapsed from its conception and the need to adapt the websites so that they can be visualized in a responsive way has encouraged us to reorganize deeply the IT resources that we already have by creating new sections and implementing the exhaustive update and enlargement of content. Every dossier has a common scheme with the common sections: legislation, documents, and resources on the Internet. For documents, has got plans, reports, statistics, and recently we have included a section called Relationship between Parliament and Administration. And this compiles all the investiture, all the term debates, general debates, censorship motions since the first legislation, since the first term. So this is compiles more than 11,000 references and document resources. Due to the extension of the content and the time that I have for this presentation, I'm going to show you some examples of legislation which is common to the 3 of them. It's a election I've done, taking into account these legislative chamber. I invite you to consult the dossiers in your devices. You can find them in the Senate website within Knowing the Senate document resources, and you can access from the General Committee website of the regional autonomous communities. Law and documents share the interest to compile the corpus of the legislation, a need that has been felt since the beginning of civilization. Allow me to bring you here the Hammurabi Code, the first compilation of law we have ever registered. Since then, until now, compilation of laws has happened in time. Reaching this point, let us now talk about the compilations carried out, outlining that they are set in our constitution, which is their cornerstone. In Spain, the constitution opted in favor of the reorganization of the state, responding to a historical reason to satisfy the vindication of self-government, especially intense in certain regions. The Constitution is the legal grounds to transform Spain since its precedent coalition as one of the most centralized states in the world to become one of the most decentralized. In this slide, you can consult the summary of legislation dossier of the autonomous communities. Let me show you a piece of information here on the content. Out of 5 initial sections, we've gone to 25. As you will see, this dossier is the spinal cord of the autonomous building. The dossier starts with a section devoted to the Spanish Constitution, where we provide the link to the main ideas related to the autonomous communities. There, you have the basis for what we now have, the autonomous state. The Constitution defines every essential element, organic and functional, to define the autonomous communities as a territorial entity of the state. They are defined as possibilities and limits. And within those possibilities and limits, right to autonomy can be exerted. Let me highlight Article 2, establishing that the Constitution recognizes and guarantees the right to autonomy of the nationalities and regions that make it up. Article 147, saying that statutes of autonomy shall be the basic institutional rule of each autonomous community. Thus, statutes of autonomy are the arrival point of the constituting processes and the cornerstone of the legal system of the autonomous communities. The statutes of autonomy are seen in scroll-down menus so that the user can go to the one is looking for. It's a way of presenting information that repeats all the different sections of the dossiers. The access to the content is done through a sequencing of selection and links. In the example that you see on the screen, we choose the Basque Country Autonomous Community. We click and we get to the compilation of its statute. And with links, you access to the publications with the full text of the norm. The structure is the following. They all have the head with the name of the dossier, then the official name of the disposition, then the publication, and both in the autonomous community and the official gazette. We always try to give the consolidated text. Then we've got the publication data, parliamentary procedure in both parliaments at regional and national level, and Andalusia, and Galicia, and Catalonia, and the Basque Country's statutes have also the referendum data and the results of the corresponding elections. Most of these statutes have got a section to inform about the reforms that have been approved all through the years with the content with the same scheme that we have just seen. Likewise, we also provide access to the text of the statutes that were initially approved. Many of them are currently derogated, so you can study the historical evolution of those statutes. And this section ends with information sources, with a section with doctrine and case law of the Constitutional Court. With the autonomy statutes, we have the territorial organization of the state. The next sections unveil the main elements for the legal construction of the autonomous communities, with the statutes as the starting point of all the compilations. In this legal construction, we have a main role on the distinctive features. The Constitution sets that statutes may recognize flags and signs of the autonomous communities. These are very relevant as they have a representative function and identification function, joining the members of the different communities, creating a belonging feeling. Thus, they are an element facilitating cohesion between citizens. Let us see now an example. In the image to your left, you see the different laws related to the institutional symbols, the flag, coat of arms, hymn, anthem, and community day. Political symbols, the flag is the most important one, where we highlight the historical feature. In this sense, the flag of Asturias is blue with the yellow Victory Cross. It's a Latin cross donated to the Cathedral of Oviedo in 908. And we've got Alpha and Omega hanging, the first and last letter of the Greek alphabet, as a theological reference to God as the beginning and the end. Other sections is the one co-official languages. The Constitution establishes that the wealth of different languages of Spain is cultural heritage, object of respect and protection. Therefore, the other Spanish languages will be co-official in the respective autonomous communities according to the statutes. Let me highlight that not every autonomous community has its own language. As you see in the slide, the compilation of the legislation pertaining is the text of articles to the statutes and all the norms on the matter. This section ends with the autonomous communities' official names, presented in a list in alphabetic order according to the corresponding statutes of autonomy. The constitutions created autonomous communities as entities with political autonomy, establishing an institutional basic scheme, a model that was spread after 1982 to all the autonomous communities. In this sense, Article 152 says that the organization of autonomies will be based in a legislative assembly elected by universal vote according to a proportional representational system, ensuring the representation of different areas of the territory. Therefore, the dossier of parliaments was created. The statutes started the path to specify the parliament model and their political regime. Sources, statutes are the first source, and we start with dossier with the regulation of legislative assemblies of the 17 autonomy statutes. The parliament has had historically the function of legislation, but also has always produced the norms through which it organizes itself. In this sense, the regulation is the tool for self-organization. The dossier of Parliament regulation gives you access to the ones in force and all the changes they have had in time, contributing with information about their proceedings. As with statutes, we've got the initial texts that have been substituted, except for in Galicia. The autonomous parliaments, as they start from scratch, they got to the source that was closer to them and more reliable. That is why we had to copy literally the regulation of the Congress of the Parliament, and they have had to adapt them depending on their needs. And we have got the norms that reform the statutes and everything. Let us not finish this dossier without mentioning a section referring to the senators, the appointment of senators. The senator has got 266 senators elected by a double procedure. Most part of them are elected by circumscriptions of their provinces, and another part are appointed by the autonomous parliament. Due to the relevance of this section, the compilation of norms is encompassed with the literal reproduction of the articles.
And we complete this presentation with the dossier administration, which you can see on the slide. And this has the same design established by the Constitution, which states that organizational the organization will need to have an assembly, but also a government with executive and administrative functions, as well as a president, which will be chosen by the assembly amongst its members and nominated by the king. We also have laws and law-level standards, and this is a compilation by the different regions where we have the different laws and types of laws that we have in Spain that have been passed since the first term of the democracy. And we have the full text of over 9,000 standards, law-like standards. And the information that we have on the database gives us 3 important data on the number of different laws that have been passed since the first term. All the graphs have a link to all the terms of the different regions. And these are a very useful tool to study legislative activity and allow us to have comparative studies and draw statistics. In this comparison, you can see very quickly in a region how many laws and law-like statutes have been passed, and also do as many combination of data as needed. These dossiers are an information tool that are constantly revised and updated, and they show information in a clearly updated and accessible way. And the fact that they belong to the Spanish Senate shows how the chamber is working, and we will keep working. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Mercedes. Gracias a todos los.
Thank you, Mercedes, and thank you to all the speakers of this session. I would now like to open a Q&A in case anyone has any questions concerning one of the subjects that we have talked about, or if you have any queries that we might be able to answer, or maybe the people following us on streaming might have any questions, and this will be the time before we go on to the next break.
Todos tienen un.
You all have a microphone in front of you. If you need to intervene, just press the red button in the center, and you will be able to take the floor and have any professional question answered.
Can I ask a question?
Por favor, Leonor.
It's about Red Parlamenta. I've already knew it, and I found it amazing because we do lots of comparative studies with Spain, of course. How do you manage the network? I didn't understood quite well, and how was the idea promoted through all the parliaments? Because in Portugal we do have 2 regional parliaments, but we don't have a network.
Amparo, María Fernanda, podéis responder.
Amparo, María Fernanda, you can answer. Elvira.
Spanish. I think that to start a few parliaments, no? The idea started with 3 parliaments. It was Castilla y León, Basque Country, and Catalonia. And then the success was the other parliaments se fueron agregando poco a poco.
The other parliaments started joining us until we had all 17 parliaments. And the other thing that was successful was the convention that we signed with the Conference of Regional Parliaments that gave us institutional value. But I think the other piece of success was that there was someone in Castilla y León who had a very technological profile, who was the one who created the platform at a very, very low price, and in a way which makes it very easy to work and to use. So when we showed the project, it wasn't an idea anymore. It was already something, and I think this is part of our success. And I would like to add here that what's key here is that this is a horizontal structure. There's no hierarchy. Yeah, so all parliaments are part of the direction of Red Parlamenta throughout the year. So there's no parliament that leads it individually, but rather all 17 parliaments at the same time are involved in leading it. And this is key. This is absolutely key, especially in a state so complex and diverse as ours, and with 17 regions. Yeah, and I think that was the key. The fact that everyone was part of the project, and the headquarters are not in Madrid or Castilla-León or Catalonia, but rather we're all part of the headquarters, yeah, and this is key.
Quizás para incardinar.
Yeah, and maybe to draw on this subject, which has obviously aroused interest, and seeing as we have other countries in similar situations with regional institutions, maybe one of the action plan's actions, the current action plan, we could have, we actually have an action in memory of Donna Shera, and we're going to carry out an academic action in November that you can follow online as well. And this will be part of the section's activity, and we can include a chapter to talk about the functioning of regional parliament networks. There are many, and they're varied as well around the world. And I think this is precisely the context where we can meet and we can share experiences and ways of showing people what we do and improve and convey to citizens our activities and what we do. So this is just a suggestion, but I think it could be a way of keeping in touch with this.
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Any other questions?
Sí, Fabiola, por favor.
Yes, Fabiola. Thank you, Josefa. I would like to know how you have institutionalized the Red Parlamenta within your parliaments, and especially when it comes to budget, and whether you have approached university institutions in order to develop courses, university degree certificates, masters, even PhDs in our area of work.
Bueno, como has comentado,
Well, as you mentioned, this has zero cost, because the platform, I think, cost around 200 euros. So it's really, really low cost. And so basically our resources are human resources, yeah? It's mostly humans who do the work. And so we have hand documentation. Basically what we have in Red Parlamenta has been updated by each parliament. And in terms of each parliament, I think one of the keys to success, other than the dossiers that we can find there, is the queries. Yeah, as you saw in the presentation, it looks like there aren't that many because it was just over 500. But actually that's a really, really high figure, because you have to take into account that what we ask through this intranet chat, professional chat, are very specialized questions that you cannot find in the open, or which would take a long time to answer, and the answer might not be as accurate as it is here, because most of the answers are not published. So I think this is something very valuable from Red Parliament, and it's something that all parliaments recognize. The fact that when you ask a query through that chat, all 17 parliaments answer in a very, very accurate and precise way. Yeah, so we all give the answer that we can within the information that we have in our services. But then obviously if we have specialized questions, they will be answered by, for example, a lawyer from the parliament. Yeah, and I think this is really what has brought us the recognition and the acknowledgement within the institutions. Yeah, and also to do with universities. We don't have, I mean, we have different conventions in different regions. In Catalonia, we have several conventions and agreements with universities, but we all have our own conventions, but no agreements at a network level. Yeah, the only agreement that we have nowadays is with DialNet. DialNet originally is a network by the University of La Rioja, And as an institution, Red Parlamenta signed an agreement with Dialnet to have access to all the journal and PhD databases that they have. This is the only agreement that we have signed, and this has allowed us to increase the collections of the 17 libraries of all 17 parliaments, because we are part of that network.
En cualquier caso, como el Senado pone...
In any case, the Spanish Senate publishes the results of the works of the documentation services of all regions without having to sign any agreements, yeah? And so obviously we inform citizens and regional institutions that might be needing or might need to consult them. We inform them and we tell them that they're open and available to them, and that all the databases that compile in different areas everything that the communities and the regions have done are available there as well. Yeah, so you have different search options by area or by factors, and that's all available to citizens. Okay, so I don't know if there are any more questions. Anyone for this first session? Okay, Julie has a question.
I just had another question. If I understood it correctly, on the Red Parlamenta site, you give access to the 17 catalogs for the different communities. Do you have any plans to maybe have one search box where you can search one and search all the catalogs at once? No? Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is...
Yes, at the moment, no. But maybe, we don't know what we are do in the future. No. But at the moment, no.
No, okay.
No, we don't... It's difficult for us, you know, because we have a small presuppost, and that is another salto. It's difficult for us, you know, but it's wonderful. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
We take note.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, because in Canada, we have the Association of Parliamentary Libraries in Canada. We have 13. And we've developed a portal for you. It's one search where you can search all of our collections. But I will tell you, it is very, very difficult. But if you'd like to talk about it more, I'd be happy to share what we've done. Okay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Si hay alguna otra pregunta, la atendemos.
Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, we can answer them. But if not, you can also exchange information whilst we network and we drink a coffee. Networking is really very useful. We only have 10 minutes and then we'll be back to the room, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this second session of our first day of the conference. My name is Martin Reed. I'm from the United Kingdom House of Commons and a member of the Standing Committee of IFLA, and I am chairing this session this afternoon. We've got 5 really fantastic presentations from our membership here, and I think they all respond very well to the aspirations and challenges that were set by our speakers earlier in the day, Anoja, Josepha and Caroline, to be leaders in innovation, sharing experiences and learning from each other. I think we're going to get a lot of that this afternoon, so I'm really excited to start and to hand over to our first speaker, Maria João Amante from Portugal. Over to you, Maria.
So, just waiting for presentation. Oh, it's already there. Yeah. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to share with you the work that is done by me, what is co-authored by me. Elizabeth, that is in the front, and with a colleague that is seeing us for live streaming, that is Rita. So, hello, Rita. I promise to say hello to Rita. And this work is done with our experience in the Library of the Portuguese Parliament. So, let me see the technology. So, our library was founded in 1836. Nowadays, the library has the name of the founder, that was Minister Passos Manuel. You received a bookmark, and if you need more information about our library, we brought some leaflets. And what I wanted to tell you about is just a brief explanation about our collection. We have an extensive collection, as other parliamentary libraries, of books, journals, newspapers. We have databases, and we have 5,000 volumes of historical documents and 2 incunabula. As in other parliaments, our mission is to provide updated information independent to the members of the parliament, but our library is also open to citizens. So there are different rights that they have. They cannot borrow books, but they can have an experience in using all the resources that are available in the library. One of the reasons why we decided to present this work was that for us, we have a perception that the resources that the library provides are underused. So we decided to think about this and to design what we call a communication and marketing strategy. And to do this, and in fact what we want is to have users using more our resources, and even to keep the attention of the ones that are not using the library. We read the guidelines for parliamentary libraries that were published in 2022. Someone today was speaking about the importance of these guidelines, and they were really inspiring. What we decided in the chapter that speaks about communicating with users, what we did was we selected 3 strategies. The one that has to do with online systems, the other that is the contact officer and user outreach programs, something that I experienced in my some years ago in the university, because going to meet faculty members is very common in universities. And the last strategy that has to do with the opportunistic approach. So regarding online systems, we developed for some years, this is not new, we are developing information portals for the different committees that we have in the Parliament. So we have 14 committees, and we are developing information portals, kind of information shop where they have everything that is important. So for 6 committees, the last one was the one that has to do with European affairs. The other thing that we are doing in terms of online systems is to digitize documents, and we want to create our historical legacy. we have the collection of books that I told you that are historical documents, and in fact it's important to preserve these documents, but at the same time we need to give access to the public to these documents, even for people that are in faculty, faculty members and researchers, because they may use these documents on their research projects. And it's also important to expand our digital library with documents that we are digitizing, but also with born digital documents, so that the users may have access to these documents. And the internet, I will speak about the internet later on, but it was very important to, we had an internet, but we needed, in fact, to consolidate the information, organize the information, and having more tools that will manage the workflows that are related with the requests that the users do to the library. So the committee's internet portal, I will give you an example. So this is in Portuguese, but in fact what you have here is the European Affairs portal, when people have already some information and they go straight to what they need. Digitization of online collections, as I told you, we are digitizing the collection of our patrimonial or historical collection, and this is very important also because this allows us to actively participate in the Europeana project with the documents that we are digitizing. And here you have the new library internet page, and I must say, as we are at the meeting of IFLA, I was speaking with some colleagues yesterday that one of the things, I'm not in the standing committee, I have a colleague that is in the standing committee, so I know that she has meetings, I know some of the colleagues that are in the structure, but one of the most valuable things that IFLA has is that we are here, but when you go home, if you ask for help, when you need help on something, you get help. So to do the internet, I had already made a visit to the Bundestag library. I met Olger, and he gave me lots of information about the internet, but then I sent an email to Martin, and after half an hour I had some prints. I sent a mail to Chiara from the Italian Senate, and I also sent to Josefa, and everyone was answering me. So I think this is the power of the network. When you need, the network is there. So in terms of the second strategy, it has to do with the contact officer or the user outreach programs. What we have already specific information alerts, what we call selective dissemination of information, but this was done in person. You needed to fill a form, so we developed a form that is online, and so the users may choose the areas of interest without the library mediation. And this is important because most of the times people are in their office and they don't want to go to the library. And when we speak about the underuse of the resources, I must tell you this is not because we don't see many people in the library, because people nowadays may be using the resources without going to the library. So this has to do with statistics that we are collecting. So meetings with political groups, the staff of the committees, we have now a schedule of meetings, and we will go to the offices and to speak with the staff of each one of the committees. So this is a relationship marketing strategy. News platform, we introduced a platform that is press reader with newspapers, journals, as you know. And the thing is that this platform was introduced to the library. So people receive the users that were already registered in the catalog received their credentials to the library, and the ones that were not registered, when they needed to do the registration, they needed to go to the library. And we also have these scheduled visits, internal and external, with professional groups, with people that come from higher education institutions, from schools, and also MPs are allowed to book visits to the library with people from their constituencies. So the selective dissemination of information, this is the form. As you see, now it's online. You may choose the areas that you want. This is weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. A press reader, well, in Portuguese, here we say, welcome to the Passos Manuel Library. So people know that they are using something that is from the library. And this was important to spread the word of the existence of the library. And I wanted to go back. The visit, I had a photo. Let me see it. Sorry. No. No, sorry. Oh, you go back. Oh, you go back. Now you know. Oh, let me check. Sorry. This had to happen. So here, this slide. Oh. It's not opening. It happened here. So then I will need an extra. Well, this is not working. Ooh. Let me see. Now it's okay. Let me just check. Voilà. Oh, voilà, hélas. So you have here the photo from a professional visit. In fact, these are colleagues that come from our professional association, and that they were visiting the library. So again, and this doesn't want to work. It doesn't work. Here. Okay. I have to go through. So this is nervous. It happens. So sorry to my colleagues. So about the opportunistic approach, I'm trying to do it, but it's not. Oh, but I will tell, and then we will see. The opportunistic approach, what we intend to do is to meet its here. So approaching, thank you, I don't know who did the magic, but thank you. So we need to approach potential users, non-users, and in fact what we want is using the strategies that are implemented or are written in the guidelines. We want to put them in practice, and what we want to do is either in person or by email. We want to take each opportunity of contact as a marketing opportunity. So regarding our users, in fact, we want to have close relationships, as I told you, with the members of the Parliament, and we want to have people that will champion for the library through word of mouth. This is very important because when you have a good experience with the library, probably you will recommend the library and the products that the library delivers. So, final thoughts. So for us, understanding the needs of our users is very important, their expectations, and we think that to do this, we need to implement these strategies that I told you about, and we need to use this concept of relationship marketing and all the things that this concept encapsulates. And this is a very challenging task, in fact, time-consuming, but we need to do it, and also to do what we call environmental scanning. Because we have lots of changes in the world of information, and these changes impact in the needs of our users. Another thing is that it's important to present the works that we are doing and the experiences that we are having, sharing with colleagues, because I think that sometimes we feel a bit alone and we think that our problems are only our problems, and other colleagues in other parts of the world have the same problems. Probably they found some solutions that didn't work, and we may even learn with what was not working and avoid the work that is not necessary. As I told you, the contacts that we had with the Internet, for the Internet web page, the visit that I did to the Bundestag, I will stay 2 more days here with a technical visit with Josefa. This is very important to have ideas, to see the work that is being done, and to know how difficult it was to implement some of the things that are being done, that when presented, they appear to be very simple, but in fact they are very challenging. And the interparliamentary cooperation in networks such as IFLA and documents as the guidelines are of utmost importance for our work. So, last slide, it worked. Here in the center you have the bust, the upper part of the founder of the library, Passos Manuel, the one that is in the bookmark. And in fact, at that time, he was not, in 1836, he was not thinking and having these things here. But for us, if we would index or we're cataloging our presentation, the words that we will think are very important to lead our work and the work that we need to do is environmental scanning, relationship marketing, cooperation, and advocacy. So thank you so much for your attention, and sorry for the slides going up and down. Okay? Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Maria. We're moving on now to our second presentation from colleagues from the European Parliament, Alec Wilsteger and Etienne Bassot. I'll hand over to Alec and Etienne.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Nice to see you all, so many familiar faces. And let me also start by thanking Josefa and the colleagues from the Senado for their warm hospitality and for all the organization. I'm sure also a lot behind the scene. We have enjoyed already today a lot of very insightful presentation. And Alec and myself, we're going to take you through a project of the EPRS, European Parliamentary Research Service, on digitally native research publications. I'd like also to mention that we have two other colleagues from the EPRS in the room. We have Neil and Karin that are familiar to you. Karin is still with us, as you see today. So, many of you mentioned in their presentation the COVID pandemic as a turning point in the activities of the libraries and the research service. And so it was also for us, in fact, in the European Parliament. When we were coming out of the pandemic, we started to think on how we could provide better access for members of Parliament and our very broad audience of readers, better access to the content. And we did before that a lot of publications in printing, but realized that the world became much more paperless. Members appreciate us a lot, but they wanted to have the same comfort of reading as they have for their favorite newspaper. The content should be handily available on whatever device they are using. And according to estimations, more than 50% of online reading is done nowadays on small screens, not on even an iPad. It's on an iPhone, and it's in the train, in the plane, in the corridor, in the lift. So in short, for us, it was about remaining relevant to them. It was even, in a certain sense, about survival as an administration. So that was a lot at stake. So we wanted to review our content to make it future-proof, and then thought about making it digitally native or fit for publishing on all these platforms right from the start. After all, nobody wants to read their favorite newspaper as a PDF that opens on a very small screen on an iPhone. So let's look at a bit of statistics. Here you can see on this slide the publication of the EPRS since the beginning, about 10 years ago, 11 years ago. We have a back catalogue of now about 15,000 publications. So each year it's about 800 to 1,000. Which means that we are very often the starting point for members to understand a new issue, to follow legislation, to answer questions from the media, to gain a deeper insight into complex topics. But they need to find their way in a very easy manner. And imagine that 15,000 PDF do not work. So that's why we had to review. So to sum it up, the members, they value our coverage of issues as relevant for parliamentary work. They value it very much. They are, however, using more and more electronic devices to read us. They want our content to be accessible anytime, anywhere, and in a responsive design format for their device. So the question is a standalone PDF publication still the answer? We still use it, and that's what we are going to try to scan and to check. We did a health check, so to say, on our formats and came to the conclusion that we have to change because it's not future-proof and we risk to lose readers. Let's look at PDF, and I'm sure many of you still are using it. They are okay for print, but they are very difficult to consult on small screens. Accessibility issues also there. And there is also digital environmental costs. So if you attach them to an email and send them, it's not as cheap as if you just send a link. Traditional publishing using MS Word. Long lead times to publish updates, difficult to co-create between different authors or to reuse content without duplicating. And we have a particular issue in the Parliament, but I'm sure it's also in the European Parliament. I'm sure you have also this issue in other places like the Canadian Parliament that is bilingual. It's that because the content is mixed with layout, translation take time to be published. So if you have a PDF with the text and graphs and you send it to translation services, they are really unhappy about the request because it makes their life extremely difficult. So that was a particular issue that we had also. So we wanted to make all of our content fit for digital right from the start and have the flexibility to have to go with our content to wherever we want. So not only from Word to PDF, but we want also to be able to publish to a variety of formats, including formats that maybe not even exist. The development needed to get there takes time and is complex. So think about the format, for example, that you have a machine reading automatically a text. That could be, for example, a format that is very likely to be available very soon. So the price for inaction was for us higher than the cost of making a mistake. So that's why we launched this project. And the aim is that our publication content should be as flexibly accessible as a newspaper. I have, for example, on my iPhone a subscription to the French newspaper Le Monde, and I can read it very easily in different formats. I can also read it on my computer in the office if I want, and the text is adapting to the surface. And I give the baton to Alec to take us through the technicalities of this project. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Etienne. Yes, I'm just going to briefly explain how we try to put it into practice, this idea of going, let's say, beyond the PDF in order to keep our readers happy so that they can read us in whatever format they want at whatever time on whatever device. So I have in my office, I have put a big paper above my computer which has on it that in an ideal world, a piece of content exists only once. It seems trivial and it seems simple, but it's very hard to put into practice. If, as is the case in the EPRS, if you have a lot of authors and you publish a lot and you want to publish on a lot of platforms, it's very tempting to start duplicating, but then you rapidly run into very serious problems of synchronization, errors, inconsistent versions, and so on. So it's a much better idea and philosophy to try to keep your content unique, stored in one single repository, and then added to that, structure it well. So Word is not a structured format. Word is typically a mess. It's very hard to convert Word to web formats. So that was another big goal. And then the third goal, to componentize. I don't think it's proper English, but okay, to break up our content in components that you can put together whichever way you want. Because we see more and more that authors want to do collaborative publications. We have reports that combine different chapters and even paragraphs. So how to do that? And then the ultimate goal is to be able to, hopefully in the future, output all that content to various formats, like Etienne mentioned, not only PDF, because it's not that we are going to get rid of the PDF. The format has its merits, but we need to go beyond and make web, I think, the preferred format, and possible future new formats that maybe we don't even know they are there yet. So how have we gone about in the past couple of years? So we are implementing a kind of content management system, but which goes one step further. It's called a component content management system, and it exactly breaks down the content into various chunks. Authors don't need to know anything about this. They simply use an editor, they fill in their content. Translators have an easier life because we don't send them any more content that mixes everything with the layout. They can concentrate on the content only. And then the system, which in our case would be a cloud-based system, pushes out the content simultaneously with one push of the button, if it all works, to all these different formats. So yes, there you have a bit of, but essentially we are trying to transpose the idea that you have now in classic, in media environments. What you see here is journalists filling in the content against a tight deadline. And the beauty of our approach is as well that you don't have to wait until the last author has put the last comma in the Word document, pushed save, and only then you can start thinking about publishing. Here you can do all these things in parallel. So authors work until the last moment, but you can already start thinking and doing your final layouts. So yeah, it's small screen, but this is a bit, gives you an idea of the editor. So basically we are going to ask our authors to move away from MS Word and to start using a very pure, simple and well-controlled editing environment. So basically the idea is an environment whereby that is unbreakable. That they can't do any stupid things, any things we don't want them to do, so that we are sure our content is structured, has no surprises, and can be seamlessly transposed to the various formats. Yeah, and then the system we're trying to implement comes with other features, dashboards. I think a lot of people in our environments now speak about Power BI and data analytics and all. So how do you collect how productive your authors are reporting? So that is foreseen in the system. Metadata management, I think it's a subject that we hold very dear to our hearts as librarians or former librarians. Workflows. We definitely want to get rid of these wild ping-pong mails. An author asking through mail for an image, and then it's the wrong image, and then it's ping-pong back and forth. It never stops. So really very well-structured workflows with no surprises. And digital asset management. Because we want our content not only to have static images like we have in our classic briefings, but who knows, in the future in a web version, a dynamic video on the same topic, which of course then would not work in the PDF. So you need to be able to play with all these things. And then just to summarize what is our horizon. So our project is part of digital transformation in Parliament and goes in parallel with another big project on e-legislating, making legislative content more interoperable. We started this when we just came out of the pandemic, 2021. We spent quite a lot of time identifying a solid and good product. We hit on the road many obstacles, because you have to be aware there will be obstacles, and certainly in a public administration. IT related, financial procurement related, human related. You may face resistance of people saying, I'm fond of Word and they have difficulty imagining doing it otherwise. But now, 2024, exactly this week, we are doing our first briefing, our first product using the system. And we take baby steps. We don't go for the big bang approach. I think the status quo, like Etienne said, is not an option for us. If we don't go beyond this PDF only, I think we start losing readers. We have to do it one way or the other. And I would also, to conclude, like to flag up that in the context of IFLA, there is a library publishing group which is now campaigning to get section status. This group is very much linked to the scholarly world, the academic world, library, university presses. But I think for those research services and libraries of parliaments that do publish, there is maybe an interest to hook up with them and to connect with them. So maybe if you have questions about that, feel free to approach me. Okay, I will stop here. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alex and Etienne. And yes, we will be taking questions at the end after all our speakers have presented. So please do take a note of your questions as our speakers are presenting, and we'll come to those at the end. We're going to move on to our next speaker now, Alexandra Holler from the Hungarian National Assembly. Over to you, Alexandra. Could you...
Can I control?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will use the following minutes to present you the data dashboards that the Hungarian Research Service has developed in the past 2 years. So, hopefully it works. Yes, okay. So as many of the speakers emphasized today, nowadays we often face the problem of being overwhelmed by the amount of information we receive. According to one study, we process an average of 74 gigabytes of information a day, which is the equivalent of watching about 60 movies. This is really exhausting. Even if we are not conscious of all the information our brain receives. Thanks. Amid such information overload, it is essential to know how to effectively get messages across to others. It is important that the information is eye-catching, easy to process, and also easily remembered by the recipient. One of the most effective ways to achieve this is to simplify the presentation of the information. So by breaking the information down into smaller, more manageable units and using visualizations, we can reduce the mental load on the recipient. So this is particularly important in a parliamentary context where there is a myriad of information competing for the attention of members. The Hungarian Research Service has recognized this need and created a new product line, the IFLA, in 2018. Its aim is to present statistical data in a visual format. There are two basic types of IFLA, one dealing with topical, ad hoc issues, and the other consisting of regularly updated series presenting key data in certain policy areas. Currently, there are 23 IFLA series, which help MPs to keep up to date with the latest developments in their policy fields. If you are interested in this product line, please visit my colleague Christina during the poster session tomorrow, and she will share more details with you. We constantly monitor the usage of our background materials, so we have a lot of feedback on these static IFLA. MPs often use it in their work, so the example here shows an MP who highlighted data from an IFLA in a TV interview, but we also regularly encounter situations where the use of the IFLA goes beyond their original purpose, yet proves their usefulness. So this is the case, for example, when news portals or professional websites have taken over the graphics of our materials, or when they are used by the academic community. We also regularly conduct satisfaction surveys among our users, and in a 2019 survey, 61% of the respondents were aware of this genre, and 70% of them had used it in their work. These users also found the publications quite useful. So these results confirmed our belief that visualizations are effective in supporting MPs' work, and for this reason, we have continued to improve our services in this area at the end of the last parliamentary term and introduced interactive data visualizations in 2023. Actually, the two-page format of the static IFLA, which I have shown you, proved to be a limitation in a sense that many interesting questions had to be left out. This problem was addressed by the introduction of the interactive info tableaus, which can handle large amounts of data without overloading the users. This interactive interface allows users to customize the data displayed using different filters. 6 interactives have been published so far, and 2 more will be added to the portfolio by the end of this year. The interactives have been designed in the same structure with an emphasis on branding. So the visual elements that you see, the logo, the icon which is used, and also the colors make it clear to the parliamentary users that the research service produced these materials. This can create positive associations and build trust based on our previous work. They are structured to allow users to move easily between various subtopics while keeping the content clear and also concise. For example, the info tableau about demographic presented here is structured in 4 separate dashboards, which break down the relevant data into the following sections. The first is the general data on population. The second is the main factors affecting natural population change. The third is about marital status. And the fourth shows data which allow international comparison. So these are the 4 little boxes that you see on the top. And for each interactive info tableau, we have taken care to ensure that also the methodological notes and the data sources are easily accessible to users by one click. Furthermore, in the design of the visualizations, we have standardized that each dashboard should display a maximum of 5, but usually 4 visualizations. This helps to ensure that information remains easy to understand, even when there are multiple and complex data sources in the background. Okay, so in creating this new type of background material, we faced several issues. 2 important questions arose during the initial conceptualization phase. One was how the new genre would fit in with the previous background material types. And we were keen to develop a complementary relationship between our static and interactive data visualizations. It has therefore become our policy that each interactive info tableau will be based on a topic from our info tableau series. Another key issue was the choice of the right software. We considered some alternative software options, but in the end, value for money and also flexibility were the deciding factors in favor of Power BI. Once the concept was developed, the next step was to train the staff, which involved almost half of the research staff, around 8 people. One part of the training was on the basics of Power BI, while the other part took the form of on-the-job training, targeted at solving problems encountered in developing a specific background material. Internal support was also provided during upskilling. Colleagues who were more confident in using the software were able to develop guidelines and help the others. Another important question was how to introduce the new type of background material to our users. So a common way is to send regular email notifications to members when a new material is produced or when an existing material is updated, so we used this channel. Nevertheless, as the new product is available only online, certain marketing channels were limited. And in our parliament, we encountered that MPs still love printed materials. So, for example, we have an information desk close to the plenary hall from which members often take these printed briefings and printed info tableaus. And this is not an obvious promotional channel now in this case. So we are currently trying to overcome this by providing a tablet at this desk where users can familiarize themselves with the interactive info tableaus. Our other marketing solution is to use the already established info tableau series, so the printed material, as a promotional tool for the new genre. The design elements of the interactive material draw on the static material, linking the 2 product lines, and yeah. I will finish soon. And in addition, we also place a QR code on each static info tableau that leads to the interactive info tableau for that topic. And yeah, I try to be quick, but I have still some important messages. So as part of this product development process, we also collected user feedback, and the result of a satisfaction survey carried out was that fewer users have started using this new background material than the previous ones, but they are generally satisfied with the new genre. But this result showed us that there is a need for user education to help MPs and their staff understand the full potential of the dashboards. We have faced many challenges in launching this new genre. The first and biggest challenge was that interactive data visualizations are challenging the traditional work organization model. Whereas before researchers were generalists on all genres, interactive visualizations require specific skills, and in the long term, specialization by genre might become necessary. Another challenge is the searchability of interactive visualizations. So while static materials are easily found by search engines, the interactives are not. So to bridge this gap, we plan to create short text descriptions for interactive materials that can help make them searchable and also more accessible. And it is also important to ensure the sustainability of data sources, as our interactive visualizations are based on data collected by other organizations. So to this end, a strategic agreement is planned with the main data provider, the Central Statistical Office. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer it in the end.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and sorry to have to hurry you along there. Our next speaker now is Fabiola Rosales from the Chamber of Deputies in Mexico. So we'll hand over straight to...
that's my presentation here.
Sorry, we've changed the order around. So the next speaker will be Annelies Harding, my colleague from the House of Commons.
And I was going to make a witty remark about being last, but now that has been changed. Thank you. Okay, hello everybody. So what I wanted to discuss with you today is a study that I conducted as part of my MBA studies, because it's not fun having a full-time job if you also don't have full-time studies on the side. So one of my assignments was actually doing a survey, a study of how ready is the House of Commons Library to innovate. And hopefully you will find that the results also apply to parliamentary libraries as a whole. So we've talked a lot about innovation. We have had many amazing examples of innovative projects. But what we've not really talked about yet is how difficult it is to actually innovate in a parliamentary setting. So to start with, I just wanted to define innovation, because the UK Parliament actually has a definition, and it is the successful implementation of a new idea that adds value to people in an organisation, its customer, and often both. So my next slide. Okay. So something that I've learned in this study is that innovation isn't just a buzzword, it really is a necessity. Being innovative and being innovation ready enables organizations to adapt, to thrive, and lead in their respective fields. And even parliaments can do that. So innovation is about adaptability. How quickly can we respond to a new challenge? It's about building a competitive advantage to stay ahead in providing excellent research and information services, but it's also about sustainability and how we ensure our relevance and effectiveness in the long term. So the big question here is, are we truly ready to innovate. And what I want to show you, we're going to do a little practical exercise, is how there is a gap between what we want to do and what we can do. So can you please, and I really hope this works and it proves my point, otherwise I'm just leaving the presentation. So no pressure. So can you put your hand up for me if you want to be innovative at work? Do you want to innovate? Okay, right, good, quite a lot of you, thank you. Now can you put your hand up if you feel you are able to innovate, if your organization lets you innovate? Okay, right. I would still say there's not as many of you. Okay, thank you. You have proved me right. Well done, us. I wish it had been that easy in the House of Commons library and I could have had everybody in the same room to do this. It would have saved me a lot of work. Unfortunately, I had to rely on other tools. So for this study, I assessed the innovation readiness of team leaders and of senior leaders and how they felt supported by the organizational culture and infrastructure. So to do so, I had a quantitative survey. You can see the result on the screen here right now, gathering data on innovation practices, the organizational culture, but also resource allocation. I also did qualitative interviews with colleagues to have richer contextual information about the challenges, but also the successes in fostering innovation. And then I did a little bit of benchmarking, and that was difficult. So that was done through a literature review to compare innovation practices in both the public and the private sector. So the results were mixed. There was the good news, which is that we scored highest in strategic guidance, portfolio management and legitimacy and power, which means that we in the House of Commons Library have got a really solid foundation to innovate. There were some challenges. So our lowest scores were in rewards and incentive, in innovation skills, and interestingly also in legitimacy and power. So we don't quite all agree on this. There was also the reality check for us, which is that our overall scores average between 2.1 and 2.7, which means that we've got a moderate level of innovation readiness. We're not quite beginners in innovation, but we're not world-class either. And there was also this very obvious disconnect between what the team leaders felt their ability to innovate was, which was quite low, versus the senior leaders who felt they were more able to innovate. And then what is really stopping us from innovating in the House of Commons Library, which I think a lot of you will recognise? Well, there's working in a risk-averse culture. We work in parliaments, and as Caroline said earlier, parliaments have a duty to provide continuity and stability. So constant innovation disrupts this. But then the literature on parliamentary innovation is also consistent and on the fact that parliaments innovate because they have to, and I really like what Etienne said, it's about survival and not thriving necessarily. So I think we need to be aware that caution might be a barrier to innovation. For us in the House of Commons Library, there's also the over-reliance on customer-led innovation. So we listen to our users a lot, which is what we need to do, which is crucial. But then do we need to have more opportunities to evidence that we need to have a radical and transformative innovation? And then there's also a lack of strategic support for innovation. There is a gap between the strategy and the actual implementation. So we need to find out what's missing for us to actually take the plunge. So the recommendations I made in my report were to balance innovation styles. And this means having a balance between incremental improvement, which means making little changes towards an end result, and disruptive innovation. So there's more radical approaches to and doing things differently, which we've had a lot of examples of today. There's also the need to create a culture of innovation and experimentation. For that, we need a clear vision that embraces risk-taking and creativity. And I think we also need to reconcile our fundamental need for scrutiny with also our desire for curiosity. And I think we need also a reward for innovation, and that may be through career development opportunities or dedicated programs. And finally, harnessing expertise. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have a lot of resources at our disposal in the UK Parliament. We have an innovation and improvement team. We could also engage in strategic partnership with universities, research institutions, and industry consortia. And then finally, we need channels for sharing our ideas and best practices across departments, and we've had great examples of this and inspiration earlier. So the path to innovation isn't always smooth. It's a journey that we need to undertake. Innovation should not be just about keeping up, it's about leading the way in parliamentary research and information services. And this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annalise. And now we're moving on to our final speaker, Fabiola Rosales from the Chamber of Deputies in Mexico. So over to you, Fabiola.
¿Sí me escuchan? Sí. Okay. Pues,
Can you hear me? Yes. So thank you so much to the Spanish to our colleagues from the Senate. Thank you, Josefa and your team. Today I'm really happy. Can I have the next slide, please? Because I'm going to talk about two projects that are closely related with our institutional values. In the main entrance of the Chamber of Deputies, there's a mural, and this is a tale of this mural, which is the hand of solidarity, the hand of the constitutional functions that our MPs have, the hand of labor, and the hand of the culture of peace, and the hand of information. The parliamentary decisions funded on knowledge with this hand, with the book. These two projects I'm going to present now identify with these two values: innovation and impact, two I's, which is what it's Infocurul and an index of satisfaction of users. Infocurul goes inside the institution. It's an application for MPs, and the ISU is a measurement we do. Not only do we measure the comments of legislators, but also the observations of the public in general, the society as a whole. Infocurul, it's an app integrated in all the tablets available in the plenary of the MPs. In the chamber, we've got 500 MPs in Mexico. Each one of their chairs are called curul, and that's why we've called curul info in the curul, in the chair of the MPs. This app is only used with face recognition of the MP, so only MPs can access and request for information, the MPs that are identified with their face. This is embedded in the tablet, so during the sessions, they have got the information on time, and if it's a request, well, we take some time to reply when they need an analysis, but they can request it directly. This was launched the last week of the second year of our term. Our term lasts 3 years, and the last week of this period was launched this app, and we had 11 MPs that in 1 week have already contacted us, and out of them had never contacted us before, so they were new users. That's why we say that this app has had a real impact. During the whole term, 3 years, as I've said, that started in September 2021 and it finished in August 2024, we've had several information requests and queries, but the most important for our service was that 25% of these MPs re-requested information. So out of all requests from Infocurril, only just one knew us. Had this person contacted our service before. The others, there were MPs that were new users that they got to know us through Infocurril. This term, at the beginning, an MP visited us that had already asked for information through Infocurril, and he went to the library where we are, to our service, and I was tell them as a joke, well, we are at the end of the second level of the library. So he had to go to the end of the second level of the library. He went, this MP, to meet us and to ask us. And he's an MP that in the last term, he had already had requested information through Infocurril. So we identified that this has had an impact for our service, the fact that we did innovate with this app, which we have developed together with the General Director of IT, which I just salute them, our colleagues, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to develop this app. And then I've brought a comment also of one of the MPs using it, saying, excellent information, right on time, exceeded my expectations, and they contributed with more data. And this is precisely what we want. We want to be excellent. We want to contribute with data so that they can take decisions from our institutionality, from being objective and neutrality, so that this helps to take decisions and exceed the expectations of our users. It seems that we are making it with this Infocurril.
And the second project I will be sharing with you is the mission that we carried out about our job. Innovation. Innovation and impact goes two ways. Well, the work and the impact that it has for our MPs, as well as observation, comments, as well as the ratings of our users that we use for the development and for the quality of our work. Let us go through the different descriptions that have been done of our parliament's library. In the beginning, in 1993, the libraries were described as libraries that generally were used exclusively by MPs. Later on, in 1996, two types of libraries were identified, the actual parliamentary ones and as well as the hybrid ones. That is to say, identifying those that cater for the services of public in general public. In 2009, after the IFLA, this concept was enhanced, and Cunningham at that time said that they could help the Parliament to communicate, to interact with general public, schools, etc. And then in 2022, Parliamentary Library has been identified as an element that exists in a complex system that brings together an internal structure, but also responds to the needs of internal clients, stakeholders, as well as citizens. Therefore, it becomes very important to see the evolution we have gone through and how our focus has been changing over time to open up and also to cater for the needs of general public and the community where we are. We also are consistent and in line with the idea of open parliament. We are talking about transparency and access to information, accountability, and citizen participation, ethics and integrity. We want to offer our services not only for inside, but also we want to disseminate the work that we do at the Parliament to citizens. And also regarding the global parliamentary reports, well, it was recommended for us to open up this channel of communication to take care of the research proposals, and what we did was precisely that, to open up that channel of communication with society. We did that from our staff, from our members of parliament, but also with everyone else. Since 2019, we've been using a user satisfaction index that we had been in our
services that we offered to those that visited us in person. That index in 2019 became a digital index, so that in every service that we provided direct, we also offered that index to measure quality of information, quality of service, and as well as the time that it takes for us to respond to queries. And the answers that we have received so far are diverse in nature. And in 2024, we wanted to make that index of user satisfaction institutional one, and now it is mandatory for us to send out that index of satisfaction. And last year, we included it within our performance indicators. And therefore, we are accountable to the institution as to the quality of the service that we offer. Since between 2021 and 2024, we got 3,798 information requests and queries, and the information that we were asked to provide, 72 of them were answered. 49.6% of them came from society, and 31% came from advisors and MPs. And that gave us a feeling as to the way we were working both inside and outside the Parliament. And our publications are of open access on our intranet, and that also help us measure usefulness, utility, and relevancy of our documents. And in the last term, we published 530 documents. Out of those 530 documents, we got 205 opinions. And this is important to understand or to qualify the importance of our role. So the answer was 92.68% of external users versus 7.32 internal users. The comments and observations from external users gave us feedback as to the way we were working, as those documents were used for decision making. Actually, research was being done on single-use plastic, and a comment that we got was from a plastic bag producer, manufacturer, who used our work to make a business decision. Another comment, another person said, your publication will help me in a trial, in a court case that I will have with a person. So these mean that we do not have impact inside, but also outside with citizens, with the outside world. Now, lessons learned. I very much would like to thank Marily Miranda and Mayra Quinto for their support. They have been supporting us for bringing together all that information. And regarding lessons learned, we want to communicate with our users as well with other spaces within our institution, with the DG of IT, information technology, with other units that support our parliamentary work to continue working the services with the same level of quality and to continue impacting our users more and more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fabiola, for a really interesting presentation. We have a short period for questions. We are running slightly behind schedule, so we may only be able to take 1 or 2 questions, but please do come forward if you have a question for any of our speakers this afternoon. Yes.
This is a question for Alexandra. I would like to know if you are working, this work, it's only for the people, for the person of the parliament, or you are working with external enterprise or external another people.
You mean in developing the dashboards? No, we are making them internally, totally. We had one trainer and he helped us on this on-the-job trainings, but these are my colleagues who are working on the dashboards, basically.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
This question is also for Alexandra. For the info tableaus, do they work on small devices?
You mean the static product line?
Yeah. Well, no. Do the non-static products work on small screens?
More or less. More or less. No. So it's really recommended to use them on PC. So they are quite huge dashboards. So there are 4 or 5 visuals on each. So it's more comfortable for the users to use them on PCs.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Due to time, I think we'll have to draw questions to a close now, but I'd like you to join me all in thanking all of our speakers again for a series of really excellent presentations and an amazing example of the range of innovation that's going on in our different libraries. So thank you all very much. Now I'm just going to hand over to Caroline, who is going to give us a short summary of today and what's next on the agenda.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, everyone, for these incredibly interesting presentations today. It's been lovely to learn from you about the different experiences. We've had amazing topics that were presented. I am very happy to know now what a post-incunable is. I always like to show off at family dinners by saying to people, do you know what an incunable is? Now I can do that, asking them what a post-incunable is. So thank you for that. It was also great to learn about Red Parlamenta and learning about sources of information for the autonomous communities. As a member of federal parliament, I saw that there is, as a federal country, sorry, I saw that there is a lot of parallels between our experiences. I thought that the example of the new library intranet of Portugal was a great concrete application of what IFLA could do to help a project. And it was also very interesting to learn about the digitally native research publications from the European Parliament, and I particularly like how this project showed us the importance of staying relevant and of listening to our users. The data dashboards were an incredibly great product, and I am going to bring that info back home because we want to develop such a dashboard. So thank you, Alexandra, for this. I did not know that you could measure innovation, and I am so happy to have learned that you can measure innovation. So I will also be taking that info home. And I think that InfoCural was a great example of how you can provide information to members of parliament, information they need at the moment that they need it. And it's also great. We often think about the importance of measuring our impact on the members of parliament, but it's also great to know our impact on the population. So that was also incredibly interesting and insightful. So thank you for everyone who presented today. Tomorrow we have a great schedule as well. Registration and coffee will start at 9 a.m. We encourage you to arrive perhaps a little bit earlier in terms of security and making sure that we can start on time. We have a great poster session tomorrow morning from 9:15 to 9:45. Then a session dedicated to, again, innovation and new practices from different colleagues from around the world. And a fourth session which will be dedicated to the latest updates from regional association and to an overview of IFLA's work on our 2023-2025 action plan. And we'll finish the day nicely with our discussion panel on AI. So tomorrow the Spanish Senate is offering us the lunch. Thank you again very much for this. And tonight what we have planned for the next hours is a tour of the Palacio del Senado and an exhibition of selected royal bibliographic heritage in the library of the Senate, followed by an official dinner, which again is a courtesy of the Spanish Senate. Josefa, can you tell us more about the guided tour?
Sí, por supuesto. Viene ahora un poco la parte más lúdica y de relajo.
Thank you very much. Now it is time to leisure time. So after this hard day of work, I hope that you like the Senate. We will be doing the tour in 3 groups. The visit would last for an hour. So the visit will be carried out simultaneously across different rooms. So the order that we will following is the following. Those of you sitting on the right, as you look at me, please, those of you that area, please leave the room. Guides will be outside and you will get headsets to follow the visit. Well, the central seats of the room, also please leave the room to join your group, and the third group will be made up of people sitting before me. As I say, the visit will last for an hour, and I hope that you enjoy it.